welcome to Photo Deal Days, sponsored by Fujifilm. Really excited to do this. This is our first Deal Days, and I'm so glad you're here for it. We're gonna just kind of give a couple minutes for people to log in, get into the chat. In the meantime, if you want to drop in the chat where you are watching from, we always love to see where people are tuning in from. If this is your first Portrait Masters experience, it's really cool to see how we have people from around the world that often tune in, and we just have a lot of fun here at the Portrait Masters, and yeah, this is gonna be really great. So we'll just give, like I said, another minute. So yeah, just comment where you're tuning in from, maybe also comment with what you typically shoot, what genre you shoot, just so we can get an idea of who you are and who's tuning in. All right, there's so much going on in the next 2 days. And if you're just now tuning in, again, we're just gonna let people hop in the chat and let us know where you're from, and then we'll get started. Okay, so if you don't know who I am, I'm Nikki Klosser, and I'm gonna be your host for the next 2 days for Deal Days. And it's really gonna be a mix of lots of learning. So you're gonna be, instructors are going to be doing demos and having presentations all across the board, different topics. We have retouching, lighting, personal branding, lots of good stuff. In addition to that, which is super exciting, is we're gonna be giving you deals on tons of different products and different gear and different courses. And then of course we have our fabulous sponsors who have put together some really amazing prizes. And these sponsors are of course Fujifilm. We have the Portrait System, the Portrait Masters, B&H, WPPI, Profoto, Graphy Studio, Photo Flash Drive, and the grand prizes are huge. Fujifilm is giving away a X-M5 camera. I've had my eye on Fuji camera bodies for a while, so I don't know, I might be convinced after checking out the X-M5. And then also another great prize is a lighting kit from Profoto. So over the next 2 days, we're gonna be giving away all of these prizes, so make sure you stay with us. Okay, so in addition to the prizes, we have some awesome educators who are here to teach you. And these instructors today include Erin Anderson, Pratik Nayak, Sue Bryce, Felix Coons, and I get to teach today, which I'm really excited about. So yeah, we have an action-packed day, and this is just day one. Tomorrow we have a whole other crew of instructors for you, so. All right, because we have so much to do today, we're gonna get right into it with our first instructor, and his name is Aaron Anderson. And if you don't know Aaron, his work, he's a commercial photographer, his work is just mind-blowing. The way that he lights his subjects, every photo that I see of his, it's truly incredible. And everything is just dynamic, and each photo looks different from the other, but you can tell it's his signature work, so very cool. Okay, so he's going to be doing a demo for you, and he's gonna show you how he uses light. He's also gonna show you how he uses the Fujifilm camera to cloud system, which is really exciting. If you haven't heard of this, make sure you stay tuned in because it's really cool. So yeah, we're gonna let Aaron get started. Aaron and his model Shay, and I will be back after that. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you, Nikki. What is up, family? And welcome to the Deal Days 2024. I'm so excited to be here and talk to you guys about lighting and camera to cloud. Specifically, I'm gonna focus on the GFX 100 II, which is what I use for all of my imagery. So the first thing, and we're gonna jump right in because I'm gonna try and get through a lot of different lighting and ideas for you guys. But the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna show you how to integrate camera to cloud seamlessly for collaboration off-site. So as you can see, I'm wireless right now, and I'm gonna shoot a couple of images. We have the scene all lit up and ready to go, and we're gonna wait for a creative director off-site to give us approval on the images as they upload straight into Frame.io. So I'm gonna hop off real quick and give you a couple images to work with. Feels great, nice Shay. We'll tighten up a little. Okay. Now, what's happening is these are actually going straight into Frame IO, and we're gonna see if we have approval to move on. And once we have approval to move on, we are gonna show you how I lit this and why we lit this. So how are we looking, Logan? We got all of our images in, that's fantastic. It's amazing how fast it is. And if you're new to the camera to cloud, the GFX 100 S2, the GFX 100 the second, both have it integrated into the body. And today, on B&H, if you use the code DEALDAYS2024, you'll get $400 off this body. I've also heard there's a trade-in that can get you an additional $500, so you can save a ton of money on these camera bodies today. Like I said, it's a medium format camera, 102 megapixels. It's what I use for everything when I'm on set. How are we feeling? And so if we want to pull up the Frame IO on screen so that they can see actually, this is the image that just went through. And we already have an approval. So there we go. I'm going to hand this off to you. All right, so now we're going to walk you guys through how I actually lit this and why I lit it the way that I did. So let's go ahead and we're going to turn off this light here and turn off this light here. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually show you what it looks like with ambient. So you're not gonna see any lights besides a little bit of light coming in on Shay from this lamp here. But the idea of cinematic lighting, or motivated lighting as I like to call it, is that you shouldn't be able to tell that the lamp isn't lighting her. So all we're trying to do with these lights is to create a scene based around the idea of it being lit by a lamp. Now, all of us know that's not enough light, so we're gonna have to put a whole bunch of different pieces together, but in the end, we'll end up with that shot that you guys saw on the screen. Camera ready? All right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is just turn off this trigger, and I want you guys to see what we're working with. Today I'm on the 80 millimeter 1.7 Fuji non-lens, which I really love. So here is what this looks like without any light. Let's show our tether. So you can see it's got a little bit of an orange glow, but it's definitely dark. So the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start with our top fill to show how we bring a little bit of color and a little bit of light back to those shadows. And Shay, you can kind of just relax. We're just moving through lighting here. So now we've got a little bit of this kind of greened teal to the shadow tones, which I really love. And that's just bringing a little bit of fill back. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and turn on this light to the camera left. And there's a couple things I wanna mention before we move on with that. First is I have a grid on that strip box. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna stop the light from spilling onto the lamp and then creating a shadow, because the idea is we want them to think it's lit with the lamp. If we didn't have that grid on there, what would happen is it would really spill onto the outside of the lamp, and then it would cast a shadow onto the back wall. And in that case, it kind of breaks the illusion because there shouldn't be a shadow from its own light source. So now let's see what that looks like with our strip box added back in. And again, we do have a CTO, or a color temperature orange gel, and that's really gonna bring some nice color back on Shay. Okay, there's those two. If we can go to the tether. Already looking really beautiful. And that now, we're giving that illusion, we're giving the illusion that there's a lamp lighting her, but it's this soft, beautiful, full light. Now, to bring a little bit of interest and bring some color and shape back to this side, I have a 39-inch deep octabox, which could really act as a window or something off-site. And inside of there, I have like a color temperature blue, a CTB gel, and it's just gonna push some nice color in. It's not gonna be over the top, but it'll give it some punch. Let's go ahead and turn that one on. Good to go. All right, so let's see when they all come together, how we're looking. And that one is subtle, but it's definitely there. Love it. We just have a little bit of fill in the shadow. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take some pictures. So I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna move around a little bit. One of the nice things about cinematic lighting in general is that you should be able to move pretty seamlessly through your set, and your lighting should hold up. So even if I come kind of this direction, you'll see the light will still wrap her. And then if I come this way, we are covered with light. And then Shay, can I have you face your face that way just a little bit? So there you go. You can see how this still feels like it's lamplit. And then come right back to me now. Fantastic. Okay, now we're gonna try a fun trick that I like to do, which is a prism. These little guys you can grab at an arts and crafts store. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this to create some reflections in the bottom of the lens. And they'll be subtle. Let me get more lamp in there. The biggest thing is making sure you have a little bit of the light source actually shooting into your prism. So here, what'll be really interesting is as I put this prism in front of my camera, I'm being aware that the light to my right has the blue gel in it. And so you'll actually see that reflected in the bottom left side of the image and give it this really cool flare, but it'll be blue. And so what you need to remember is as you're using this prism, it's reflecting back into the lens. So I know that this light's coming across here and acting almost like a mirror and putting some cool color in the bottom corner. Let's see if we can get a little more drastic with that. Oh, I like that one, it was really subtle. Cool, so that's a really fun way to add some foreground. Fantastic. Okay, so now what we're going to do, I'm gonna go camera on you, Logan, is show you how we can dynamically change our lighting setup to have a completely different look and feel, and we're just gonna move one light. So guys, if we wanna come in here, and this is my fun TV setup that I'm gonna show you guys. We're gonna actually have this light come forward a little bit. And then we're gonna put it down like it's a television. And then Shay, I'm gonna have you stand up really quickly. I'm just gonna rotate this chair this way. And then do we have our phone that we could shuttle in? Perfect. So what we're gonna do here is I'm taking this same, and it has a blue gel in it, so we already have that great like kind of TV look. And this is gonna become our key light, and we're gonna create a really interesting story with Shay, where she's watching something that's a little bit shocking and talking to a friend. Maybe it was the election, who knows? I don't know if I should say that. There we go, and then we're gonna rotate it up just a little bit, guys. Or actually, come, just stick up on it, post up for me. Right there's great. So it's gonna feel like almost like a horror movie is what you're looking like. Okay, we got 55 on there.
Go 55.
Yeah, and I'm actually gonna change out from the 80mm to the 55mm, which is one of the newer lenses. Give me a little bit more width, give it some interest in the frame. Okay. Here we go. So we're gonna power this up, about 2. And then I'm gonna be, so I want you to kind of lean forward a little bit, like you're interested in what you're watching. Yeah, there we go. And you're looking right below the camera. It's got a lens cap on it. How embarrassing. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was a little bit bright, I would say. Oh, I jumped all the way to standby. I'm gonna go to 5, 6. Yes, very good. Guys, can we actually have this light come back this way just a little bit? I'm gonna get a little bit wider. So you guys see those coming in. We're getting this really fun. I'm loving this. She could be, who knows what she's watching. It's Freddy's or whatever that's called. Yeah, that's great. And then at one point, Shay, can you just kind of like let the phone almost off to the side and just be like, oh my gosh, yeah. Good, I like it. Keep it fashion, keep it vogue. There we go, very nice. And then bring the phone back up. Awesome. Oh, this is a good look right there. Bring the phone on this side in just a little bit and give me that bigger move that you just did where you're kind of off to the side and had a little tilt. Good. Right back at the TV though? Good. Okay, guys. I think we've got some really cool stuff there. Do we have about 5 minutes left? Okay, let's go ahead and do our last lighting change. I think we can actually do it. So for our last setup, and I'm glad we get to do this one, I'm going to show you guys again how we can kind of take a scene and dynamically change it just by moving some lights around. For this next one, it's going to be more portrait driven, and it's going to be a 2-light setup where we're still utilizing a CTO and a CTB. And again, that's color temperature orange and color temperature blue. And we're just putting those gels on the inside to create the colored light effect that you guys are seeing. So, awesome. And then Shay, I'm gonna have you, I'll take your phone really fast. And if you just wanna step just right over there. All right. Fantastic. And then, so Shay, for this shot here, I'm gonna actually have you laying, and then I want you to kind of put your head back onto that. Yes. And I was gonna do the phone, but I think we might X-nay the phone. Let's see how it goes. Okay. All right, guys, so couple quick moves. Now I've switched over to a 53-inch Octabox, which is actually one of my favorites. And it really has a lot of tricks in its bag. I use it for portrait lighting a lot, but I also use it when I'm doing a lot of cinematic stuff for overhead lighting, which is it's just, you'll see, will be really, really soft. Okay, so we're just gonna bring this down just a little bit. Okay, so you guys are gonna see me build this one a little bit. We're gonna go on. Oh, do we not have power to this guy yet? Let's get power to that one. We'll start building with this orange one here. So go camera.
You're good on setting.
Perfect. Yeah. So the first thing we're gonna do is I'm just gonna show you how this light is gonna wrap around the top of her face. And then we're gonna do some really beautiful fill from the bottom. Oh, that glow is already gorgeous. That feels really, really beautiful. Okay, now we're gonna go here. And we're just gonna punch some fill. And one of the things that you're gonna see is we're actually gonna underlight her a little bit, and it can be really beautiful using underlighting, just depending on how it's done. So in this case, we're gonna use it kind of almost as like a beauty fill coming in, but we're gonna give it a dynamic color with the blue. And that feels like a little much for me, so I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. Can I have you come to the edge of the pill a little bit more? And then I'm gonna have you rotate your face kind of up more towards the light. Yes, like that's fantastic. Uh-oh. Your shirt, watch your shirt. That's beautiful. So I'm gonna take, are we up in power?
Yeah, we're at 2 right
at 2. So to change that, I'm actually going to use my shutter speed a little bit here, because we're on high-speed sync, so we can make that change. And that's going to be really nice and glowy. And then now we're going to have to push our bottom light up just a little bit. Stay right there for me. That's great. Now I'm going to put a little more light from the bottom. That feels beautiful. That's great. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have this light come forward just a little bit for me. Thank you, Wyatt. That's perfect. And then I'm going to have you rotate your face up just a little bit. Eyes kind of like right here, right here. Very beautiful. And then eyes right to me. And I think that's great. So now we've got a totally soft, dynamic image that we did in just a matter of minutes. I actually can't believe that we got through so many so quickly. Thank you, Shay. Great job. Okay, so just a quick reminder, promo code DEALDAYS2024 on B&H, and you can get $400 off the GFX 100 the second or the GFX 100S2. Thank you guys so much. Oh, it's BH Deal Days 2024? BH Deal Days 24. Hold on, we're getting new information. It's BH Deal Days 24 is the promo code for that. Sorry, I had bad information there. So BH Deal Days 24 is the promo code for $400 off either the GFX 100 the second or the GFX 100S2. Thank you guys so much for coming. Again, my name is Aaron Anderson. Thank you to Shay for all of your work, and we'll see you guys out there.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Isn't he great? And he's really easy to learn from too, which I absolutely love. Make sure you check out his social media. And also, again, like he mentioned about the deal, the GFX camera series deals, like $400 off is a pretty massive deal. So make sure you check that out. Okay, and I believe, if I have this correct, you have to use that before November 22nd. So you don't have a whole lot of time. So if you're thinking about getting that camera, make sure you do that now. All right, let's see, what do we have next? Oh, and I wanted to mention too, you can still enter to win the Fujifilm X-M5. If you go to photodealdays.com, you can enter to win there, and we are announcing that winner tomorrow. So if you haven't entered yet, go to photodealdays.com to go ahead and enter, and we'll announce that tomorrow. All right, we have a couple questions from the chat for Aaron. And I didn't mention this before, but if you do have questions for the instructors, feel free to just drop it into the chat. We're just gonna pick 1 or 2 questions just because of time's sake, but if you have a burning question, you can add it in there. All right, so first question, Aaron, what camera are you using?
Yeah, so like I said, I am using the GFX 100 the second. That's my go-to for any shoot that I'm on, is the GFX 100 the second.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you take all of this equipment everywhere with you on every shoot?
I take most of this equipment with me on every shoot. I think the biggest thing I don't travel with is all the grip. So the grip is very easy to rent, being the stands and all of that.
Okay.
But yeah, like all of these lights I brought with me for this demo.
All right, cool. Okay, next question. Do you use a filter?
I sometimes use filters. I'll use a Pro Mist filter, especially if I don't have access to a haze or a fog machine. I'll put Pro Mist on, which if you're not familiar with Pro Mist, it just kind of gives it this sort of foggy feeling almost. Other than that, I don't really use filters. You guys saw me using the Prism, and that's about as far as I'll go outside of that.
All right, well, thank you again.
Cool, thank you.
Sweet, I look forward to learning more from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right, moving forward, I'm gonna introduce our next instructor, Pratik Nayak. If you know Pratik, you know he is an amazing human. And, oh, okay, just kidding. I forgot that we have commercials. So we're gonna just do a quick break from one of our sponsors, and then I will be back to introduce the amazing Pratik Nayak.
things just click. And sometimes they don't. We all have those moments. When you're spinning your wheels, need to pump the brakes, need to get back in the saddle. When you need more height. When you need an extra set of hands. Need it to float, roll, fly. Okay, man, maybe that's too high. But hey, you're gonna be fine. We get it, and we got you. It's the beauty of creating, that moment when it all clicks. And when you need the right pieces of equipment to make it work, or need someone to just show you how it works, there's Lenny, or Leslie, or David on video chat, here to make sure you have the right parts and partner for the task at hand. B&H, where creativity clicks. Ian, you nailed it.
Fantastic convention, great spot to meet photographers from all over the world.
There's so much excessive knowledge here, and you meet people, you connect with people, and you enhance your business.
Oh, I just learned so much.
I'm learning things that I could not learn on my own without spending years and years of trial and error.
That's what we do, is just invest in ourselves. That we owe that to our clients, we owe that to our community, is to improve ourselves and to bring our best game.
I plan on coming back pretty much every year of the rest of my life, and it's just photography heaven.
All right, welcome back. I have some really exciting news. So Fujifilm has let us know that they are going to be giving away not only the camera body tomorrow, but they're gonna give away another one today. So that is 2 X-M5s that Fujifilm is graciously giving away. The catch is, though, you have to be in the chat when we announce the winner, or when we choose the winner at random. So one today at the end of the day and one tomorrow. Not sure when tomorrow, at some point, but make sure you stay with us and you're in the chat in order to be here to win the camera bodies. So, okay, very exciting. All right, what I was saying before is that Pratik Nayak, he's a wonderful human being. He's an incredible instructor. And if you're someone who kind of has ever been really intimidated by Photoshop, I think most of us, especially for starting out, it can be really intimidating. He breaks it down and makes things so simple and so easy. And he has the retouching series, which you'll hear a little bit about, but he's gonna do a demo for you via Photoshop. He's not here live because it just makes more sense to have this recorded so you can see his computer and everything he's doing. So he is going to show you some of his magic in Photoshop. Welcome, Pratik Nayak.
Hey everyone, I am really excited today to show you a couple of really cool Photoshop tips and tricks for skin. That is typically my go-to when it comes to retouching. I spend a lot of time doing skin work, and I want to show you a couple of things that for me has been really advantageous, and I feel like it will be for you as well. So let's just jump into it, and I'll show you a couple of tricks here when it comes to skin texture. And then we're also going to go over things like lip details or when makeup isn't perfect, and also flyaways. I think that's a very big issue that a lot of people face. And also, if we get some chance, some time, we'll go over how to even out some redness in the skin that we often do approach. Now, jumping here into Photoshop now, I have this really close-up crop of this image of her lips and makeup, and typically what happens in this situation is that there's a lot of fine hairs and really rough texture that often when you're doing close-up, clients might want to get that taken care of or reduced or removed, and I want to show you, how I go about that. So firstly, what we want to do is when you have an image like this open, just go ahead and add a blank layer on your background, and then you're just going to rename this to, let's just call this fine hairs, because we're going to start there. So with fine hairs, typically, we are going to identify them like over here, close to the lip itself. We might even see some issues where you have a little bit of hairs in the lip itself. That's very common, especially on the edge of the lips and things like that. And I want to show you how to mitigate them. And then from there, we're going to talk a little bit more about texture. So what we want to do here in Photoshop is, as you can see, I have my interface pretty much clutter-free. So by that, I mean that on the right-hand side, I have my layers, and on the left-hand side, I have my toolbar, and that's pretty much it. Just really quickly, to go and access that and really take care of anything you don't want in your interface, you just want to go over to these panels here. Like, let's say I have actions, and let's in theory say that I don't want them and I want to remove them. You just want to come over here to the menu bar, and you'll see close or close tab group. The difference here is that if I hit close, only the actions themselves are going to close, and then if I hit close tab group, it's going to close the actions and properties. So if I click on close, the actions go away. Now if you want to bring something back, you just need to go over to window and then actions. And then from there, you'll be able to really customize how clean your interface is. And that's always been something that I like to do and I often take for granted. But when people first open Photoshop, they don't touch anything. But I recommend you just clean it up and have some space here to work in. Now that that's kind of taken care of, I want to make sure that my blank layer that we added is selected and that you see this white outline around your layer, because sometimes you might have a mask and that might be selected by accident. So just go ahead and make sure that layer is selected like that. And then you want to come over to your toolbar here and you want to find your remove tool. For me, it's going to be under the bandage icon, and you're just going to click on the remove tool here. And then you will see it looks pretty much like a healing brush if you're familiar with that. Except the difference is this is an AI-powered healing brush. And the difference, and let me just actually take a step back here and identify the differences before we go forward. If you are familiar with the regular healing brush, and the way that works is once that brush is activated, you can zoom in here by holding Z on your keyboard and then just dragging your cursor or your mouse to the right or to the left, and it zooms in like that. And then when you select the healing brush itself, the way this works is that, let's say you're trying to remove this strand of hair. Well, to do that, you actually have to sample another piece of skin next to it. So Photoshop identifies what you're trying to look for in terms of the source material. So for instance, if I go and hit Option on my keyboard, you're going to see these cursors here. And this cursor is basically saying, where do you want to sample from? And so I'm going to sample next to the hair itself like this. And then I'll just, bring up my brush size. You can use the bracket keys on your computer to change your brush size. And then you can just go ahead and brush over the strand of hair. And then it identifies, where your source material was, and it blends it in perfectly. So just do that one more time. I'll do this one here. I'm going to sample here, and then I'm just going to brush. And you'll see before I let go, it doesn't look perfect, but when I let go of my pen here, you see it blends in really nicely. So that's what the healing brush does. If you weren't able to make that happen just like I did, if you're new to the healing brush perhaps, just a couple of settings to note here. On top, you'll see where it says sample, current, and below. So make sure you do sample that. Then also on the left of that, it says use legacy. And I like to use that because it is the kind of algorithm that the healing brush has always had in it. And I think the results are favorable compared to not having it on. You're not going to notice a huge difference, but take it from me, I think the results are better. And again, current and below just basically means that it's sampling it's going to be basically sampling everything that's on the current layer and below that, so that even though we're working on a blank layer, it's not going to be confused thinking, gosh, there's nothing on that layer to sample. It's going to find everything below that layer to sample from as well, and then it's going to paste the results only on that layer. So when I go ahead and turn that layer on and off, it allows me to just have everything there for me. I think I might have done a little bit of a mistake here and actually worked on the background layer, but let me just undo that really quickly. There we go. And let me just re-add that layer again, because I did a bit of a mistake. But again, if I click on this layer here, and I have that current and below sample size as my option, I'm going to sample and then brush here. And then you'll see, if I turn this layer on and off, that it actually has everything on this layer. So that's kind of the beauty of having layers and changing your sample size. So that's just a quick overview of the healing brush. Now, the reason I mention that is because when you look at this new tool, which is going to be the remove tool, it looks very similar, but the difference here is that when you click on the bandage little icon there, you're going to see a bunch of tools that look similar. You want to find the remove tool, okay? So when you do that, it actually allows you to kind of skip a step. So now all I really have to do is on the top here, you do want to click on sample all layers as opposed to current and below, because this one oddly doesn't have a current and below. It only has sample all layers. So that's just one of the, I guess, downsides. And if you are, let's say, working on an image where you put a layer in between your layer stack, perhaps you have like 10 other layers on top, and then you click on sample all layers, it will actually sample all the layers on top too. So you have to be very careful, and that when you use this tool, I would personally recommend just adding a layer on top of your layer stack and then working there. Because if you, let's say, put a layer in between somewhere and you make a mistake where you are trying to brush and it's sampling a whole bunch of stuff and you're like, I don't understand why it's not working the way it should, then just put it on top of your layer stack. That's pretty much my go-to advice, okay? So now that I have that out of the way, the other setting here is this remove after each stroke. And basically that's important because you want to kind of not, I'll just show you. So let's just say I want to remove this little strand of here, like this. So it's going to do its magic and get rid of it. Now, the difference is that if I remove that checkbox and I actually brush here, you'll notice that it doesn't actually do anything. It waits. And it's waiting for me to make all of my decisions for me. So, for example, if I decide I want to remove this one and then this one, it's going to wait. And then when I want to enable it, I'll just hit enter. And then it does the work all at the same time. And this is, of course, personal preference. But I think it tends to work better if you do it slowly, because I've had in the past Photoshop crash on me when I try to do too much at a time. So just kind of be careful there. But I'm assuming in the future it's probably going to be fine. But this way it just makes it easy to kind of work with. So there you go. All I have to do is just highlight everything on remove, and it takes care of that. So this is extremely powerful, and I use this a lot on flyaways. And I'll show you another example here that gives you a good idea of how powerful this is. I love this demo because an image like this would be a nightmare, to be honest with you, to try and fix all these little flyaways. But when you look at something like this, you can actually take care of it without thinking twice. So take a look. So I'll do the same thing, a blank layer, remove after each stroke, sample all layers, and I'm just going to highlight it. Now, a question that often comes up is, how much should I select? For example, should I select only the hair itself as close as possible, or should I select the hair and then a little bit more than that? And for me personally, I always say that you should select a little bit more than just what you're trying to remove, because it gives Photoshop context in terms of how much you want to sample and what should be there in the first place or in replacement of. So here, take a look. So I'm going to go ahead and just take care of this, and just like that, it gets rid of it. It does a very good job. I'm not often a fan of using tools that don't work perfectly. Sometimes you'll see tools that are being demonstrated, but they're just not that great in real world terms. So I love showing images like this where you really wouldn't be doing this often, but it's nice to know that you can do it. So take a look at that. Like when you zoom in here, you see how perfectly it does that? Before, it would be so annoying, because if I try to, let me just remove that for a second. I'm going to take my eraser brush here, and let's just say I use the regular healing brush, right? I'll show you why this is important. If I took the regular healing brush here and I did that, right? and I came as close as possible, it's going to make this little smudge. And that's not always the best, right? Like you don't really want that. And the same thing on this side, and even getting rid of this hair and the cross section of that hair, it's not perfect and it's so annoying, right? And so now you can easily just highlight this with the remove tool, which I switched over to, and just like that, it was great. And if you're ever wondering, how do I change the shortcut of my brushes? Well, on the toolbar itself, you'll see these 3 little dots. Then you want to go to Edit Toolbar. And then under Edit Toolbar, over here, you can see that these are shortcuts. So you can remove them if you want, like this, and use whatever command you want to access the tools that you're looking for. So I have it mine set to R, and everyone has different preferences. So think about the tools you use the most and give it a go. Play around with it. You can reset them at any time, so you're not committed to it. It's very good in terms of time savings. So next I'll keep on going here, and you'll see that even in the most complex areas, it does a really good job. And if you want, you can also say uncheck remove after each stroke, and then highlight a few of them at the same time. I wouldn't go too crazy with this because, again, if your computer does crash, that can be very bad. So, or if Photoshop crashes, I should say. So I'll highlight a few here, and you can see I'm being very liberal in terms of the amount that I'm selecting. So you don't have to only select a little bit of it. You can select a little bit more than the hair. It understands what you're going for, and it does a better job when you do that. So you can be messy and get better results. So the efficiency levels are off the chart, I think it's fantastic. Okay, there we go. So you get the idea. It also kind of works through this. I haven't tried this before, so let's see what happens here. So there you go. And they didn't do a great job with the shadow, so I'll try a little bit again. So, if that does happen, let's say it's not perfect, what you could do is use like your clone brush at a low flow, like 3%, right? And then what you can do here is sample here, and then just kind of gently brush. And then what that does is it's going to feather the gradation or the edge of whatever it is that you try to get rid of. So it makes it a bit better. And of course, you can also dodge and burn if you want as well. And like I said, if you're unfamiliar with a lot of these tools, like dodge and burn and layers and masking and everything that you see in the actions panel and all the complex examples you could ever wonder, like chins or flyaways or removing redness, things like that, I'd highly recommend checking out my retouching series because it does cover everything in detail beyond a little 20-minute kind of session that we have here today. So this should give you some tools, but ultimately there's so much more that we can dive into in terms of even workflow and what stages things should go in and things like that. Because as an educator, I'm always wondering what photographers are looking to kind of take care of in their work and tackle it and the situations that they go through. And I've seen the workflow and issues of so many photographers that I can piece together kind of what they're thinking of and really bring it together nicely so that it can encompass everything that you're wondering too. So on that note, I'll go ahead and show you another example here. Similarly, as we mentioned, the clone brush tool, and you may be wondering, why do we jump to the clone brush tool if we were talking about the remove tool? Well, again, the remove tool was only because, we had this issue here with that gradation and how to feather edges. And I love using the clone brush for feathering. And I'll show you an example of what I mean. So let's say that we have an issue here with the texture of an image. Let's say, for example, you have this really dark area of skin here and it's very textural and you want to really minimize that a bit without making it look obvious and the least effort possible. That's my thing. The least effort possible is my favorite way to go. So here's what we will do. We're going to click on a blank layer here, and then I'm just going to call this clone feathering. And then with that, I am actually going to firstly explain what's happening with my brush. So first, to get to the clone brush, we're going to click on our tools palette here, and then you will see a little stamp icon, and that's going to be called the clone stamp tool. It definitely looks like something else altogether. I don't know, I think they should update the icon, but it's the clone stamp tool. And by default, if you hit the letter S, you should also get that to pop up. Now, once you've enabled the clone stamp tool, what you want to do firstly is let's go and check your settings. Very important. Firstly, at the top, you're going to see this brush icon here. So click on that, and then where it says hardness, make sure that is set to 0%, firstly, okay? Because that's going to enable you to have a really nice soft brush. And the brush size is going to be relative to your image, so don't look at that too much. Just be concerned about how big my brush is looking compared to where I'm working, right? So you can see it's pretty large. It's not really tiny like that, and it's not really large like that, okay? It's really, it's kind of what you'd imagine it to be. It's a Goldilocks zone of brush sizes. Next, we're going to go over here to opacity, and we're going to keep that to 100% opacity. Now, flow, we're going to keep to 2%. Okay, this really doesn't matter because it's a round brush, so this is about the angle of the brush, and I could just leave that at 0 or 100. It doesn't matter at all because the round brush at any angle is round, so there you go. And then lastly, what you kind of want to do here, and the other important tool or setting is going to be sample, current, and below, kind of like what we talked about earlier, okay? So the way this works is that even though the skin texture is not perfect, we are going to sample the texture underneath it and use it really delicately to feather off the texture that's under the eye, okay? So take a look here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Option, and that's how you sample with a healing brush or a clone brush. I'm going to hit Option under that area of skin, like that, and then I'm going to come up top here, and then I'm just going to go ahead and brush really delicately. And you'll see here as I brush, you see how that texture kind of like fades away? So you see how it like blends like that? It does a really good job of blending. So it kind of mitigates how intense that texture is, right? So if I do it again, you'll see. Let me go ahead and erase that so I can show you one more time. So I'll do the same here, sample, and then just brush. And you can sample again too. So if you want to sample here, you can do that and just brush like that. And I can sample again here, and I can just brush like that. And then basically, it just feathers that texture under the skin, right? That's really, really nice. So this is a quick way of just, knocking down some of those high points or those areas where your eye's being really drawn to and giving you a really good base to work in. So this is fantastic, but we can also amplify this even further. We can also go ahead and lighten some areas too. So I'll show you that next. So let's say, for example, you have the eye here, you want to lighten up just a little bit so that it's not too dark. In my actions that I have in the retouching series, I have a dodge and a burn action. So I'm going to click on dodge and burn here. So you'll see here that I have my dodge and burn set up. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my dodge layer, and that's going to be basically the layer that I use to lighten the skin. This is, if you look at it, just a curves layer that has its midpoint brought up with a mask attached to it. It's a black mask, so it's not really showing you what's happening unless you brush on it, which is what I'm going to do next. I'm going to go over to the brush tool here, the regular brush tool. Again, it's going to be a nice soft brush. And then for me, I'm going to bring up my flow, let's just say 2%. I like using a 2% flow. And then I'm simply just going to brush really delicately here on the under eye. So I'll show you this in a second as I do a couple of brush strokes here. So you see really delicately, with a few brush strokes, I'm able to really just lighten that up. And the crazy part is if you just looked at this image, it would look completely unretouched because you're trying not to give away too much of what you just did. And there you go. Let me just show you a close-up view here. Right? Let's take a look at a quick step by step. I'll turn that dodge and burn off here. I softened that up and I lightened it a little bit. So if you're looking for that natural or realism look, that's kind of how to do that. Next, similarly, we can go ahead and, for example, add another layer here. Let me put that on top for now. Or I can even put it in between here because I'm just going to be removing some things. So I'll use the remove brush again, remove tool. And then I'll just go ahead and remove some of these blemishes. I'll make sure that remove after each stroke is checked. And the downside of using, I would say, the remove tool is it does take a little bit of time to work. It might not be 100% perfect, but if it's not perfect or you feel like it's too slow, go ahead and go back to the healing brush tool because it is perfect. But in areas like these where you might not be sure where to select or sample from, the remove tool really is clutch. You know, it's very easy to use. It just makes sure that, you know, anyone can kind of get a pretty decent result, no matter their experience level. So I personally recommend trying it out. If your computer's fast enough to do this, go ahead and keep on playing with it. The only thing to look out for is after removing it, just make sure it removed everything that you were trying to remove. And as you can see here, like sometimes it might take a little bit of time to do, but if you don't mind, it's totally fine. In terms of speed, the healing brush is still the fastest tool. But again, if I switch over to my healing brush tool here, it does take, some time to kind of get used to here. But ultimately, I think that's fine. You can use the regular remove tool and keep on going. But if you feel like it's too slow, come back to your healing brush tool and just keep on, sampling and brushing like that. And you'll get rid of all these blemishes here that you want. And the key thing with the remove tool is that you have to know where to sample from. So for instance, like, if you're trying to remove, let's say, a red line in the eye, you got to know where to sample from. You don't want to sample from the inside of the eye like that. You always have to be aware. And I always tell people, just keep sampling every time you're trying to remove something because that gives you in the habit of understanding, where you should be sampling from and the results that you're getting. And again, I use the Option key and I just go in and start brushing. So there you go. Aside from that, I would continue there going forward, doing a lot more healing work and some dodge and burn work and getting rid of some redness and things like that. But ultimately, that's been my main kind of tip today is just keep playing with a healing brush, remove tool, and your dodge and burn, and you get some good results. And lastly, what I will say is that if you're trying to get rid of some redness, another really good quick tip is that if you're trying to get rid of some quick redness, what you should do, and I'll just name this healing brush really quick. What you should do is add another layer and then change this blend mode to color. Then come over to your regular brush tool, and you can, I guess, keep your flow at 2%, opacity 100%, and then change the brush size to what is adequate. And you do want to use a hardness at 0%. And then on the image, let's say there's some redness here. I'm going to use Option to sample the color here like this, and then just brush gently over here. So you might notice, I'll sample a lighter color here and then do this. But if I turn this on and off, you can see the redness will kind of dissipate here. And that is how you take colors and kind of use them to neutralize other ones or change makeup, for example. Like I could even manually override a different color. Like, I don't know why I would do this, but a teal, and really lightly, kind of paint in a little bit of teal like this. So if you are somebody who likes to play with makeup or change things around, you're able to do that. It's kind of fun. And then from there, if you're like, oh gosh, I wish it was a bit darker, you could just come over to your dodge and burn, where I can add a burn layer here really quickly, and same thing, just kind of darken it down. And then now you're able to get like a dark blue eyeshadow if you wanted, So it's a lot of things you could do with a few tools that can change texture, change color, even out tones, and makes it really fun. So I hope this helped. And again, please check out my retouching series. I would love to see what you're able to do with it. Please send me a message. I'd be so curious to see if it helped you in any way. Again, if you're a portrait photographer looking to fix things like flyaways, skin issues, clothing issues, background issues, everything that you're looking for in a really easy and efficient workflow, I think this will benefit you tremendously.
All right, thank you so much, Pratik. If you're in the chat, it's funny because someone mentioned how his voice is so soothing to listen to, and that's exactly what I thought when I was watching the retouching series. He's just so easy to listen to, and he's such a clear, concise instructor who makes things so easy. And also in the chats, people were saying how much they love the retouching series and how much they've learned from Pratik, and someone said that he actually saved their editing life, which I know that might sound dramatic, but it's kind of true. Like, it really helps everything that he teaches. And right now, the retouching series is on sale for $99, which is well, it's down from $299. So you're saving $200 if you head to theportraitmasters.com to get the retouching series. Again, it's only $99, such a good investment. Okay, we're gonna take another quick commercial break from one of our sponsors, and we will be back after that with Sue Bryce.
Clap intro, take one, Mark.
I'm Lara Jade, and I'm a fashion and beauty photographer based here in New York City. After my last course, the fashion series, there was a lot of interest from many of you out there who wanted to know more about the business aspects of photography and also marketing techniques. I hear you. I listened to your feedback and created this course around all of those questions that you might want answered. I'm going to teach you how to identify your potential clients, how to pitch your work, and how to get published, how to price your work, and how to create a social media strategy to become a memorable brand. There's also going to be a section on how to build a successful career when you're in a small market. In this class, we're going to have 3 different photo shoots. One will be a brand collaboration with designer Daniel Frankel. Another will be a home studio shoot where I invite you into my home. And the third will be an exciting photo shoot with influencer Christiana, who has been on America's Next Top Model. We end in a 30-day challenge where I'm challenging you to get out there and put all the points we talked about in the course into action. And I want to hear from you on how your business is doing. Feel free to post those results in my Facebook group so I can check them out. Your marketing strategy should be just as creative as your photography, if not more. The fashion and commercial industry can be quite overwhelming when you start out. This information is not that accessible online, so I'm excited to bring you into my world and give you tips on tricks on how to be successful in this side of the industry. You've done the creative work. Now it's time to set your business up for success.
Welcome back. I am so excited to introduce our next instructor. Sue Bryce is not only just a master of portraits, but she's infamous for changing thousands of lives, including mine. She won't take credit for that. She says you do the work, however, it's true. But Sue goes beyond just being an instructor of photography. She teaches you how to run a business, how to value yourself and what you do so that you can have a successful business, which is super important. And if you're a member of the portrait system, you know all about Sue, because we have countless videos in there of Sue teaching selling, marketing, self-value, gorgeous photo shoots, styling, lighting, all of the things. Now, if you're not a member of the portrait system, and this is your first time hearing Sue teach, you are in for a real treat. Welcome to the stage, Sue Bryce.
Yay. Thanks, Nikki. Hi, everyone. I have actually been in this industry for 35 years. Do you believe that? 35 years this April. But you know what? I've always said it. I stand up here and I say, guys, I have seen this industry change over and over and over again in 35 years, but it still blows me away that I can still be shocked by the evolution of all of our industry, particularly marketing. You know, Instagram just changed, and I want to talk about that. So the gram changed, man, and we were photographers. We were very comfortable with the Instagram. We were very comfortable with that carousel, and we were very comfortable with the still image. Why? Tell me, why are photographers so bad at marketing themselves? Kevin O'Leary is one of the sharks, and he's all over internet right now talking about people used to ask Kevin O'Leary what was the one skill that you needed to have or the degree you needed to have. And for 20 years, he said engineering. Now he says photo and video. He said if you can make rich photo and video and connect a narrative to a company online, you can make me very successful. Now that means photographers, videographers, we are in hot demand. Why are we so bad at marketing our own businesses? And why is it so hard? You've just got to find your own marketing voice, but now it's hard to keep up with all these marketing trends. So it's breaking down to this. It's come down to 15 to 90 seconds of engaging narrative and visually stunning content. Now, the visually stunning content shouldn't be a problem for us. So why are we finding it so hard to find our voice? So this is where we are going to be the future in the next 10 years. And yes, AI is going to impact us greatly, but not yet. So I just want to talk to you about how you're communicating on social media in this new change, in this new world. Pinterest is back. We're a visual creators. We're a visual brand. So Pinterest is going to be the best place for photographers. The photographers I'm talking to right now that are already using Pinterest are seeing a 25% increase on their down for this year. Get on Pinterest. If you're not a Pinterest person, go to YouTube. And vlogs and blogs have come back as an anchor. We all know we can wake up tomorrow and our Instagram account is magically gone. And if we don't have those anchors, that YouTube channel or that Pinterest account or that blog where you can actually communicate, or that list, which is the most important part, then you lose everything in that moment. No small business should wake up to losing all of their social media. So this is something you need to understand. Social media has changed. Instagram is now like TikTok. It's a fast scroll, and we're there to be engaged and entertained. You are not to sell anymore on your Instagram. That's what's going wrong. Go back and look through all of your reels and posts, and I guarantee any post you're selling will be the lowest amount of views that you have and the lowest amount of engagement. Social media is for engaging people, entertaining people, showing off and having fun. It's not there for you to sell. Okay, so this is something that you have to understand. Selling is when you give people a yes or no option. Would you like to take this next step? Would you like to buy this package? Would you like to book today? That is a yes or no. That brings you to a sale. Everything else prior to that yes or no is connection, communication, branding, and engagement. And what we're doing is we're going out onto our social media and we're selling because we're desperate for work. And you can smell it a mile away. And the weird thing is look at big accounts. Look at accounts with 2 million followers. When they directly sell, they have smaller engagement, smaller views, all across the board. It's not being shared. So that means what we have to do is build a list. Now, this is the secret to SueBryce.com. This is the secret to Sue Bryce Education. In the last 12 years, I have been building lists. I build lists from my followers, from my students, from my clients, because your social media is there to entertain and it's there for sharing. But what I really want you to do is invite the people who want to spend with you to a community. So, you know, this is the moment where you hear this corny line, stop selling and start attracting. It's so corny and it's so true. The list that you create from your audience is so that you can build a private list of people that want to take the next step with you. They've already opted in. They said, I want to be part of this. So this is how you invite them. I just need my notes slower because I'm unable to see my screen. If you can just see that. Sorry, guys. That's exactly right. So this is where every time you post and you're engaging, entertaining and showing off, you have to consider what you're inviting people to. So are they going to join your community? Are they going to join a wait list that you have? Are they going to join your newsletter? Are they going to subscribe to your newsletter? Are they going to subscribe to your vlog? Are they going to subscribe to your YouTube channel? Or maybe they're subscribing to a private membership you have. When they follow you, they're going to follow your social media. So that's either Instagram, Pinterest, TikTok. So now you have to ask yourself, what is my mode of connection? Do I want a community or would I rather do a newsletter? Do I want to do a YouTube channel or would I rather have a membership? Which is my mode of expression? Where do I show up to every day that's easy for me? And you're going to pick one of those things to build one. Now, the best part is you're going to invite people to this list constantly. These are your people. They've already opted in. You can reward them, you can sell to them, and then you're not selling on social media, you're selling privately to a small group of people. Now, this is normally 10% of your audience. So if you have 10,000 followers, you'll probably have around 1,000 in your group. Now, I operate at 10% and I'm a higher percentage than most, because I've been doing this for a long time. So I have a higher level of engagement. So if even at 1%, those are the people that can directly be sold to that have opted in to you. Now look at this list. Do you want a VIP list? Do you want to build a network? Do you want to create some wait lists or do you want to be members only? Do you want to create a community, a newsletter? Maybe you want to start a revolution. It doesn't really matter. You're not selling on social media. You're making a place for your die-hard fans, your followers that are engaged to go to so you can sell to them. You want to reward this list. Okay, they are the first option to book with you. Maybe they are the first option to do your workshop. Maybe you have a monthly giveaway. Maybe you have members discounts. Maybe you give them digital content. Maybe you give them a digital product or a free download. Put more effort into creating stuff for this list of people than you put into creating marketing for your social media, because the people on your social media, they just drive on by. Sometimes they criticize you, sometimes they give you a heart or even a like. Mostly they don't. They just drive-by followers and they're not important, but still you'll put all of this energy into entertaining the people that don't care and not into the 1,000 sitting in this room that are ready to buy from you. This is where you start to nurture this list, because this is what marketing is all about. If you go to social media today and you post, I have 20 sessions available for December, how many times can you keep posting that? If you made one booking, can you go back next week and say, now I have 19 sessions for December? If you take one more booking or none, do you go back the third week and say, I still have 18 sessions in December, guys, and it's getting close, right? Or do you massage this amazing group, sell to them? You have a waiting list of people waiting to come in for these bookings, and they're in that group and you never had to sell anything on social media. In fact, you took it to your group first, you booked 17 sessions, and now you're coming to social media and saying, I only have 3 openings left. And if it's fully booked, you go to social media and you say, I'm fully booked for the rest of the year. I am now taking a waiting list. And you're now building a waiting list for January. Boom. That's how you take selling off your social media. Do you have an audience? What do they know about you? What do they know about this product? If I was to go to your Instagram right now and just look through your feed, how long would it take me to work out who you really are, what you do, and what products you sell? Are you making it obvious? Because marketing is clarity. And is it clear who you are? Is it clear what you do? And is it clear what products you sell? And aside from trying to sell on your social media, do you think that you communicate clearly about you and this product? Or are you hiding and stopping yourself from being in this brand and stopping you from being on your social media? So the big question is, who do you want following you? Now, a lot of photographers now working under personal brand are creating a whole lot of content outside of just photo clients. Maybe you're creating content for other photographers. Your Instagram is going to get very confusing very fast. Are you talking to photographers or are you talking to clients? Have a look at this slide. As a photographer, I speak to clients. If I create products for photographers, I'm now speaking to an audience of photographers. Here's the irony. I didn't keep talking to photographers. I just kept talking about my clients because that's what photographers are actually the most interested in. How do you get so many clients? Why are you so good at doing it? And how do you do it? So they kept following me because I talk to clients, not because I talk to photographers. But once I start talking to photographers, I am literally changing my audience, and I need to work out who am I communicating to, because what I would do if I had a product for photographers to sell is I would keep talking to my clients on the Instagram, but I would pull the photographers into a private community, and that would be a group, a community, and guess what? There's a lot of private groups off Facebook right now, like Heartbeat. My last workshop, I just did 400 people in a private app called Heartbeat, and it's a community app that is so much better than Facebook because it doesn't have all of the bells and whistles and drama and bleh that comes with Facebook. So to me, there are amazing communities that you can build, but you can also say photographers, join my newsletter. Photographers, go to my blog, it's private. And then you're selling to photographers off your social media, and you're not muddying your brand or getting confused about who you're speaking to. So in marketing, they say that you have to sell everything but the product. So why are we going to social media and saying, please book with my mini sessions? Because it smells stinky, it looks unprofessional. Instead, I want you to sell everything but the product. But here's the thing, I need you to be able to tell me everything that is valuable about this product, this service, and this experience with you. Because if you can't do that, you can't write marketing text. You can't write marketing copy. It's that easy. So if you can't see and feel the value of what you do, why would we? How could we possibly see and feel the value of what you do if you don't even see it or feel it or know what you're communicating value through? So answer all of these questions for me, solve these problems, because marketing is solving problems and clarity. So if you solve all of these problems, you have marketing copy. And it's simple. What does it do? What does your product do for people? What problem does it solve for people? Try and find 3. They're the perfect marketing starters. Who is it for? Who is your product, your service, your brand? Who is it for? What is that avatar? Show that person. Is it useful? Is it desirable? How do you use it? And is it connected to you? And why is it valuable? You solve all of those problems and you have all of your marketing text. Even go into chat and tell chat everything you do and why, and then ask chat to answer all those questions in marketing copy for your clients for you. It is an incredible tool. Use it. As you start to push yourself out there on social media and put yourself in that brand that you've been hiding from, I want you to understand it comes down to authenticity. We no longer want overproduced content. We no longer have to do the whole, I've got an entourage and a makeup artist and a clacker and we're ready to go, and it's like, hello, I'm Sue Bryce. Now it's pick up the phone and start talking. Double chin, bad lighting, it doesn't matter. Authenticity is the truth. And know this, they have measured all of our emotions, rage, love, violent like outbursts, and nothing reads as high as the energy coming out of a human body more than authenticity. Authenticity is your truth. You don't have to be perfect anymore. That was just the stupid ideal that we had. Now social media is realness. It's about bringing your real voice, your real spirit, like a big heart, and this is how you're going to find your way. When you start filming yourself, you have to watch yourself, and it's almost impossible. You don't want to do it. But I promise you this one thing, you can't watch it when it's not authentic. So if you can't watch yourself, you are not in your authentic voice or your authentic energy. Keep filming, do another one, do another one, do another one. And then when you watch it, when you can feel you in that video, when you can feel the energy of you, but you don't see what your facial expression, you're not worried about how you look or what your face is doing, that's when you know you're speaking authentically and everyone can feel it. You know, I'm uneducated. I left school when I was 15. I'm not proud of that. I thought that would be one of the biggest things that will stop me from being successful in my life. And when I stood up and told people that, and I owned that, and I was like, I didn't get to finish high school, but that doesn't mean I can't have an incredible business. So many people just understood that, and I didn't get judgment for it. I got people that supported me because of it, and I was like, my authenticity is the most important part. I'm going to challenge you right now, because before I could sell or market anybody, I need to ask you some really important questions. How connected do you feel to this product that you're struggling to market and sell? How connected do you feel to it? Is it priced with a profit? Is it sustainable to produce for you? Is it fun to produce for you? Do you want to show up to it every day? Is it priced for the market? Do you feel good about selling it? And do you feel good about marketing it? Those are the most important questions. Answer those for me, because that energy will drive you to share this work and sell it. Do you have any social proof? I want organic shares from users, testimonials from clients, and anyone, followers, students. You know, it's so important to use testimonials and social proof, but there's nothing better than organic sharing of social proof when other people post about you. So ask your clients to share and share your story so that you can share it. In marketing, they say, when you look at what you do for people, what do they aspire to be? Like whatever your product and service brings to the table, there's an aspiration there for them. Do you know what it is? And when you find out what they aspire to be, then you market to that. More importantly, with you in this brand and growing this brand and this business, what do you aspire to be? And I want you to start marketing like you're already that person. So for instance, if you wanted to become somebody that was fully booked, start talking like you're fully booked. Start talking like you have limited time and high value and you know this is incredible. Start talking like the person you aspire to be and start telling people in the marketing what they become with you and your brand. So I want to elevate the about page. Personal brands are about the person. They're not about the name on the door anymore. You know, I'm Sue Bryce now. I hid from calling my business my name for years and years and years. Now I'm a personal brand that offers multiple different skills. I'm changing the about page. I think it's time we started to elevate ourselves and position ourselves higher as personal brands. And right now, I'm working with all of my students to elevate their about page. So it's more like a world of you. They can go to this page and find out so many things about you. It is not one lame, two-dimensional shot of you with 5 paragraphs of text, the length of a Bible, that nobody wants to read because it's so boring. It's not about you. It's about you. It's not about me. And guess what? Business is about me because I'm the one buying. You're just the one offering the service. So it's about you, but it's really about me. So make that about page about you, but make it about what you can do for me, because I'm the client. I want to be interested in you, and I want to like you, and I want to hear your story, but I want to be interested hearing it. So let's start elevating this about page and change the way people are connecting with us online. Networking. It doesn't matter what the economy does. It doesn't matter what social media does. They will shift and they will change and they will be volatile. But networking will constantly remain the same. So I challenge you, get on the stage. Get on the stage at your networking event. Speak for your business for 5 minutes, 20 minutes. Just get on the stage. So when you stand on the stage and you present your business at networking, you are stronger than 98% of the people in the room that just wish they could get up there and use their voice. Do what you have to do to learn how to speak for your business with confidence. It will change your business. You know, getting up on stage, it gave me a trajectory around the world. It took me to my industry worldwide, and it put me on stage. And even as a speaker, I've been fully booked for 15 years. But because I'm a speaker, my business has been fully booked for 15 years. Because when I stand up on stage, I don't just talk to my peers. I talk to every person in the room that wants to be my client. And that's why networking is powerful. No longer will you hide from networking. You find your authenticity and you find your voice and you go and put your business out there and you watch it grow. So have you created an experience for your clients? What is it? What do they feel? And how do they experience this? I want you to survey your clients. Why do we survey them? We survey them for feedback. We survey them for data, because we want to learn more about them. We get a testimonial from them, because that is the most important part. It's very important that you understand how they experienced you and your product and service, because you will be blown away by what people tell you about you. So I want you in this survey to do this one thing. Ask them to describe you and the experience and the service and the product that they received in their own words. Take their own words from multiple people, put them into chat, and ask chat to create copy for you that's using the actual words of your clients. And when you start to see multiple client testimonials, you'll start to see reoccurring words that people are assigning to you. These are your marketing words. You're seeing them, it's in their words. You can start creating copy of how your clients are seeing you and coming to you, and it's a good one. Mostly, I want you to focus on communicating in your social media like this. You're going to put yourself out there and you're going to put your product out there with clarity and value, and you're going to sell everything but the product. But I want you to remember this one golden rule: show, don't tell. Don't put a static image and then tell me in the text what you're doing, because that's going to get scrolled past. And I need you to sell everything but the product, but I need you to show, don't tell. So when you say show, Sue, what do I show? I've got a whole lot of prompts here. Get your pen ready. I want you to write down the ones that absolutely go, yep, I can do that. Yep, that one's for me. I am interested as a viewer in how you do it, how you use it, why you do it, and why you value it. That's what I'm most interested in. So you forget that your audience wants to know, how do you do this? How do you use this? Like, why is this valuable? And why do you value it? That's what we want to know. That's what's interesting. So in your social media, I want you to focus here. Show the making of it. Show the creation process. Show the crafting of it. Show the mastery. Show the manufacturing. Show the how, and show the why. I can watch mastery crafting videos on YouTube. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's somebody making a pot or they're firing glass, or I'm a maker, I'm a creator, I'm a crafter. I'm mesmerized by crafting. Even the making of a folio box, you know, like just showing the box, anything. People are just captivated by the making and creation of things. I want you to show the founder story. Maybe it's just your personal story, or your brand story, or the product story, but I definitely want you to show your client stories, okay? Any of those work. I want you to show the experience you offer. I want you to show the gift. Maybe it's a gift. Your product is a real gift. Maybe show the reaction of people getting it. Show the transformation that people go through. Show the connection that they had to doing it and receiving the product. Show the creativity. Show the empowerment. Show the fun. Show the education, right? Show the benefits. You've got to show the benefits. You've got to show how it's used, how it's loved, how it's shared. And then show the joy of it, the joy of wanting it, the joy of getting it, the joy of experiencing it, the joy of just enjoying it, because that's when people look at that and say, I want that. I want what they're having. Don't write a novel. Don't write a novel. Just one little bite at a time with something interesting to watch. Okay? This is the challenge. Show me something interesting just for a minute or less, but write a simple message. Make the showing about you. You're showing me you, but make the message to me. I'm the viewer. I'm going to be interested in what you're showing, and then I'm going to be interested in what you're saying to me. And it's such a simple formula. Show you, speak to me. And don't overwhelm me. Stop writing paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs of coaching. You don't need to. Solve one problem, one bite at a time, with one interesting, beautiful, rich visual of you or what you do. That's how simple it is. I know what it feels like to evolve my brand. 35 years in this industry, I'm no longer photographing clients. I've retired, essentially, but I still create art with my camera, marketing with my camera, education content with my camera, and I just did the most beautiful engagement shoot for Kate and Esty. She's been with me for 10 years. We've worked together, and I get to use my craft now on my terms for family and friends, and it's so beautiful, and I love it. But I'm also a business owner, and I have been for 25 years. I'm an educator and continue to do so, and I'm a broadcaster, and I've had 4 evolutions of my identity. Well, personal brands have become, these are the creators, and it's more about the person in the brand than what you offer. Like Jerson is a photographer now, Jerson Lopez, photographer, but he's also an incredible, I can't call him a DJ because he's like literally composing electronic music. So now he's got two huge, incredible banners under his name, but it's not about, oh, so you're not a photographer anymore? Photographers. Let me tell you a little bit of something about what's coming for you in the next 10 years. Whatever you are, this beautiful photographer walked into my workshop last week from Canada, and she's wearing the most beautiful dress. And I say, I love your dress. She said, thanks, I sewed it myself. I go, oh, wow. She goes, I've always wanted to share my sewing on my photography and blend them together, but I really just didn't see that they were a fit. Are you kidding me? I could literally watch people make dresses and photograph them all day long. Whatever you are, you need to start being more of you in your brand and more of you in your social media, because it's the you we're most interested in. You know, personal brands have become this incredible way to now grow ourselves under our brand, but I will not be pigeonholed. People have written on my social media, Sue Bryce is not a photographer anymore. If that makes you feel like a better photographer, that's okay. I really don't care. I am living in my brand. I'm loving it. I'm evolving. And Darwin said, it is not the strongest that survives, but the one most adaptable to change. Guys, there are 8 products you can create. Let me walk you through them. I use all 8 of them. You may only use 2, but after this, you're going to start thinking about how many more you can create. Number 1 is create a physical product. Most photographers don't like printing. I do. I still print, and I still have my printer at home in my office working, and I still use Graphifolios because I want to create physical products. I also create merchandise for my business. I have digital products. I offer a digital service because I coach online. I offer a one-on-one coaching for my Speak workshop because that's in person. And number 4, I sell digital products. I call these Make Money While You Sleep. A digital product like a PDF or an ebook or a video means you wake up in the morning and you've made money while you slept that night. And I love to wake up in the morning and say, look, I just made money while I slept. That is the definition of passive income for a small business. Number 5, I have a podcast. I have the Portrait System and Business Money U too. And both of them are hosted by Nikki Closser, even though they essentially, and under my umbrella, she is my podcast host because she's way better than I am. And I'm a keynote speaker in my industry and in business. Number 7, I'm same as 3. Number 7, so number 7 is actually do you do a workshop, and number 3 is a physical service. So I actually technically tick both of those boxes. And then number 8, I am an audience builder, I am a brand ambassador, and I'm an affiliate. So the reason that I'm here today is this message was brought to you by one of my most incredible companies that I've worked for the last 5 years, and that's Graphy Studios. So just like that, you get these ambassadors because obviously as photographers, you want to start sharing on your social and you want all of the products you use to see you. So start tagging them. But more importantly, when you're at any event, you just go straight to the vendor room. And this is the biggest mistake photographers make. They go to a conference and they don't walk into the vendor's room, or they walk through the vendor's room trying not to be sold to, you know. The idea was this: every product I use, they are potentially an ambassador or a product and brand ambassador for me. So I want to go up to all those products and vendors and meet them. I want to meet the owner, I want to meet who's running the stand, I want to meet who's there for the business. I want them to know my face, my name. I want them to follow me on social media. I'm the one that's been tagging you. It doesn't take long to build relationships with these incredible vendors. So all of these products are incredible. All of them are available to you to create under your brand, and none of them are stopping you from moving forward. So if you're afraid, start creating. If you want more of me, I'm going to be at WPPI next year. I have 2 3-hour business tracks at TPM at WPPI next year, and I'm so excited for that. If you want more of me, you'll find me at SueBryce.com. And again, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to my sponsor for today, which is Graphy Studios. I love you, Graphy. I love coming to Italy. I love your castle. I love working with you and all the incredible products you create for me. And photographers, don't worry. I predict that next year is going to be a big money-making year. We had a downturn this year. Don't worry. Hold strong. Keep your head above water. Shift your energy. Start putting your authentic self out there and go for it.
You always get me so excited and inspired.
I'm an excitable girl.
Well, yeah. And everyone in the chat was saying the same thing. I think there are some people who had never listened to you speak before, and they're like, holy, who's this? Now you know.
Yay.
All right. Okay, we have a couple things. We do have some questions for you.
Yay, let's go.
But before we get to that, I just want to bring up a couple things. One, you mentioned your new Speak workshop, and I just wanted to throw it out there that it's coming soon. And if you're interested, you can send an email to team@SueBryce.com to learn more.
You have to apply for that one.
Yeah, that's an application process, but to learn more, you can team@SueBryce.com. The other thing is, you just mentioned Graphy Studio. We all love your products, and the Sue Bryce collection is currently on sale for 30% off, and all you have to do is go to graphystudio.com and you can get that discount. And then thirdly, the Portrait System by Sue Bryce membership has a great deal going right now for $29 a month. So people kept asking, can we watch this again? Yes, and if you want like way more, all the things Sue Bryce, you can go to theportraitsystem.com for $29 a month right now on sale. All right, some questions for you, Sue.
I don't mind giving my keynote too, so I'll talk to them about how you can, I'll put it out there and then you can download it, because there's a lot in there and it's good for you to go back and prompt it.
Yeah. All right, a couple questions. How do you get started speaking about your company on stage? So you had mentioned during networking, like get out there and start speaking about what you do.
Okay, networking always gives you an opportunity to do a 5-minute introduction, 10-minute or 20-minute. If you're good at speaking, you want to demonstrate something or you have something to speak about, and always selling on the periphery, like Nikki does personal branding photography. So when she goes to a networking, the first thing she should do is stand up and talk about personal branding photography and how to use it and how to, like, basically why it's important, why it's so incredible, because ultimately she's selling on the periphery in that moment. She's teaching them something, but they're all sitting there looking at the photos going, I really want her to photograph me. So it's about just 10xing your brand by getting in front of more people. You know, they say if you want to make 10 bookings, you got to talk to 100 people. Well, if there's 100 people in the room, you'll probably get 10 bookings if you do a good job with the presentation, and it truly works.
All right, question 2. I know this is kind of a loaded question, but how do I go from nothing to something?
Look at me. I started at nothing and I became something. And I always say, how do you believe in yourself? Well, you have to believe you're worth it first. And once you believe you're worth it, you decide what path you're going to walk. And every day you honor that and you walk that path. And you just have goals and you create next steps. I call it a timeline, even though it's not based on time, it's based on the next step to get there. And when people tell me they want something, but they can't get there, I know the timeline's too far away and you haven't created the steps to get there. So just either bring the timeline closer by asking for something smaller or create more steps to bridge the gap because it works straight away.
Okay, a few people in the chat were saying that they're really shy. And how do you do this if you're someone who's like a shy introvert?
So I'm a shy introvert. In fact, I just did it walking in here today. When people are in the room that I don't know, I can shut down my energy even more because I'm not somebody that's really comfortable around strangers. So when I walked in, there were 5 people I didn't recognize straight away, and instantly I found myself looking down. It's something I have to push myself to do. Introverts are passionate, and introverts are hardworking and extraordinary people, and introverts can also be loud. The definition of an introvert is that we don't get our power from the audience, whereas an extrovert feeds off it. We have to replenish at home afterwards. So saying you can't speak because you're an introvert is a lie. Get up there and talk, and just go home and replenish afterwards.
All right.
Yeah.
You're off the hook. Thank you.
Yay, thank you. Awesome.
Okay, so surprise. We're going to do a giveaway right now, and we have 10 $100 gift cards from Graphy Studio. So what you need to do in order to win this, which I'm going to announce in just a couple minutes, is drop the code word Italy into the chat for your chance to win. So go into the chat, write the word Italy, and 10 people will be randomly selected to win a $100 gift card from Graphy Studio. And the reason it's Italy is because the home base of Graphy Studio is in Italy. And I've been fortunate enough to go a couple times to the Graphy Studio castle. You guys, they have a castle. They have a castle where we've done workshops. Sue did a workshop, Terry Hofford, and Cara Marie, who you're gonna hear from tomorrow. It was so much fun. It's like in the mountains of northern Italy. It's absolutely incredible. And okay, I'm saying the word workshop, but that doesn't even like describe how amazing this whole production is where they create their products. So yeah, check out Graphy. They're second to none for quality, handmade in Italy, and yeah, super cool. So again, 10 $100 gift cards, and they are putting in the names now. So I'm gonna let this just update a little bit while they add in the names, and then I'm gonna do my best not to butcher your names. It's a little hard to see, so I'm just gonna do my best, but okay. I'm gonna give it just another second, and again, graphystudio.com is where you can save 30% today on the Sue Bryce collection. The Reveal box is very popular. It is a gorgeous leather box, different options, different colors, and there's a window in the top, so it's almost like a picture frame. And then, so if you're someone who isn't quite sold on albums or you want to offer something different to your clients, the Reveal box, it's almost like an album that you can switch the cover out, because if you just get the stack of the beautifully matted prints, you can just switch which one is on top. So it's kind of nice. Whereas an album, you're just stuck with the same cover. Okay, we have some names here of the winners of the $100 gift cards for Graphy Studio. We have Stephen Ravello. We have Amy Paris Jackson. We have Kimberly Jeffcoat. Oh, and also to claim your prize, I forgot to say this, email support@photodealdays.com. So you'll email support@photodealdays.com. Okay, Ariana, there's no last name with that one, but Ariana. Elodie, that's Elodie, hopefully I said that right. Janice Chanel, hi Janice, I know that name. Denise, Tom, Kay, and Julio or Julio. I'm not sure if it's Julio or Julio, but so those are the winners. And if you heard your name, make sure to claim your prize by emailing support at photodealdays.com. Okay, I think we're all set there with that giveaway. There's so much more to come. We're going to do another quick break from our sponsors, and we will be back with our next instructor.
Fantastic convention, great spot to meet photographers from all over the world.
There's so much excessive knowledge here, and you meet people, you connect with people, and you enhance your business.
Oh, I just learned so much.
I'm learning things that I could not learn on my own without spending years and years of trial and error.
That's what we do, is just invest in ourselves. That we owe that to our clients, we owe that to our community, is to improve ourselves and to bring our best game.
I plan on coming back pretty much every year of the rest of my life, and it's just photography heaven.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we get started with our next instructor, I just wanted to say, if you have any other photographer friends who might benefit from this, go ahead and text him, message him, and tell him to hop on and watch. So spread the word. Okay, our next instructor is Felix Kuntz. And if you have not heard of Felix, he is just a master of light. Really incredible instructor. I know I keep saying that, but we brought on the best instructors today. Truly, the way he teaches light, he makes it very simple. And I'm not gonna say a whole lot because Felix couldn't be here live today. So I just caught up with him and we did a little recording so you can still learn from him. And I talk a little bit more about him during that. So we will go ahead and get started with Felix Kuntz. Hi everyone, I'm Nikki Klosser and I have with me today the amazing Felix Kuntz. He is our lighting master. And I wanted to have him on because, well, one, he's going to teach you some amazing things to help you make more money in your business and make lighting so much easier. But one of his courses, the Location Series, which is all about on-location lighting, is on sale for the lowest price it's ever been. And he's going to walk you through what the course is and also teach you some really easy steps you can take to improve your lighting. So Felix, why don't you take it away?
Perfect. For those of you who don't know, I'm known for my lighting. I recently did this, photographed the cover of the September issue of American Vogue, which is that was a big deal. But, I've built my entire career around lighting, and I think it's so important and so much simpler than photographers think to get great lighting for your subjects. And it's been one of my purposes in education to help photographers achieve better results through lighting, not to do good lighting, because it's not about like how many lights can you use or, because that's kind of how a lot of people teach it. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just trying to help you get better work to make more money. That's what lighting has always been about for me in terms of have I got those tools to be able to light every single person beautifully in every situation. So I want to show you sort of a hack setup that I do, which is, it's called the Location Signature Light. So if any of you have watched the Location Series, which is a studio class, we do a 2-light setup that's called the Signature Light. And it's famous because it works for making any person look absolutely beautiful. But on location, I use only 1 light to achieve the same thing. So Signature Light is defined by soft yet directional light. And the thing about it is, in the studio, you have to use 2 lights. But on location, you can do this with just 1 light. And I was realizing as I was preparing for this little presentation that I'm actually kind of a hack. And I do something very, very, absolutely mind-bogglingly simple to create interesting images of people on location. And I really think a lot of photographers may be backed off from doing this, but it's so much simpler than they think. And honestly, this lighting setup, the reason it's called my signature lighting setup is because it has unlocked my entire career. And it's gone all right, right? So I wanted to show you kind of by showing a few examples and showing you behind the scenes and illustrating what I did. So this is a project I recently did with Stony Brook University. They're doing a research project. This is a autonomous water sampling vessel that's being pushed out into the bay in Southampton, Shinnecock Bay, there's a Shinnecock Indian reservation. And these two people, this is Ellen from Stony Brook University and Sunshine from the reservation, are working together to not only sample, but also restore water quality in the bay. So when they asked me if I wanted to work on this kind of project, it was, of course, an immediate yes. That's way up my street. Conservation, the environment, everything. So this image has everything I want in a photograph. It has an interesting background. It has an interesting story. The viewer wants to know more. And I'll just show you very simply how that was photographed with just 1 light. So all I do, and this is going to be a theme today, because it really is that simple, is I take my camera out, I make sure the shutter speed is correct so that it can sync with the flash. If your shutter speed is too fast, the flash and the camera can't talk together, and you get all kinds of unwanted results. So as long as I usually set my shutter speed like 180th of a second, I set my ISO at 100 or 200, and then I'll set my aperture to 5.6. That's where I always start. I take a picture and I see what it looks like without flash. And then I get the exposure to be correct, but a little bit underexposed so that it looks kind of moody. And we start there. So we take a picture of the environment. I wish I had a picture actually of what this image looks like without flash, but you can kind of see it in the background, right? This area on the left, the reeds and the back of the vessel are not lit up by flash at all. So you can see there in the broad sun, lit up, and it's a little bit below what the camera thinks is the correct exposure. And then my assistant is hand holding a light, and we're literally just focusing on getting good light on the subject's face, on the subject's face, so that the directionality of the light is flattering to the subject. As simple as that. I'll show you another example.
Felix, before you show us another example, this is so great because, as you know, I do a lot of natural light, which I mean, that natural light has some pros and cons to it, obviously.
Right.
It's easy. I don't have to lug a ton of gear around. But the problem is, you know, in harsh, full sunlight, you can only have your client in a certain direction. If the sun isn't where you want it to be, you're kind of like, you know, your hands are tied a little bit.
Yeah.
But the idea of having to bring like so much equipment is so just like daunting. Like I'm never going to do it. But this to me makes it seem so much easier if it's one light.
One light.
You just have to bring. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier.
One light. And I'll actually show you an example. Let me see if I can find it here. I was going to show a bit later, but it's really relevant to what you're saying because, Nikki, I'm just going to take you off the screen if you don't mind. So we can see.
Please.
This is, I went to Egypt. I photographed these two Egyptologists from Yale, and I'll show you the behind the scenes. Again, one light, we took an expedition member with us to photograph this, and you can see where the sun is coming from sort of on the right of the subjects. And without flash, without flash, you can imagine, if you imagine in this picture where the sun is coming from, it would be really very, very sidey light, and you'd have a hard shadow on the side of the nose. So the
sky wouldn't look as beautiful. Like you can't properly expose for the sky and the subjects.
Right, but there is a sort of magic window at sunset where like those kind of even out. So we were lucky here. But again, if I had to shoot this in a flattering way, I would have to shoot them with the sun directly in their faces, or like kind of just almost directly in their faces. You know, when you're shooting models on location and it's sunny without flash, they always have their chin up. Once you know this, you see it in every fashion magazine when they're shooting outside. They put their chin up towards the sun because that's the most flattering angle. That's why so many fashion images have the model going like this, with their eyes closed, looking up, because that's like really flattering. So I would have to shoot with the sun if I didn't have the ability to say, I'm still going to add light from that similar direction, but I'm going to do it so I can control it. And it's as simple as that. Like we have the guy holding the light here. He and I have a language barrier. So I'm literally I just showed him kind of where to put the light. He's kind of moving around a little bit. It's not some precise science. I just wanted light on their faces that if you imagine they would have to be turned towards the sun, and then I can't move the Nile in the background.
No.
Right? I want the Nile in the background. So lighting enables me to say, right. So again, I set the camera, made sure that without flash, it looks a little bit underexposed. Like you said, you get the detail back in the sky. And then I just have whoever can help me. Often I go with an assistant, but in this case, I just asked one of the expedition members, would you hold the light for me? I'd also done portraits of him. You know, we all took turns, and show them where to hold it and then say, please hold it still. And even with a language barrier, that works just fine. And then I just take the picture and I just change the exposure on the light, or the power of my light. If it's too dark, I turn it up a little bit. If it's too bright, I turn it down a little bit. And the beautiful thing is now, with mirrorless cameras is when you take the picture with flash, it'll give you an immediate preview in the viewfinder if you set it up that way. So you can immediately see how much light am I getting from the flash. So instead of an image, if you shoot natural light and you imagine the sun is on the subject's right, so camera left, it would be so sidey that it would not be flattering anymore. But instead, I can fill in from the same side. I just make the sun behave not like it's coming from the side, but as if it's being filled in a little bit from the front too. I mean, a reflector does a similar thing, but you can't always get it right. You know?
Totally.
So,
and you show all of this step by step in the location lighting series course.
That's right. That's
so
right.
You have lots of examples.
Yeah, because
we only have
kind of
so much time, so I know you can't go through it all. But
yeah, trying to cram this into it. But you know, we're making a 20-minute video here. The thing I want people to take away is they go to my website and then they write me and they say, "Oh my God, it's so amazing." And the thing that's really the hack that I do is I have focused my entire career on trying to find good locations and good subjects. Now, the subjects don't have to be photogenic because I'm lighting them anyway. You know, you stick a model in any light, they'll look great. That's not the case for everyone. It helps when they have nice clothes, etc. But really, this is something that I think is applicable to anyone in any location. I'm in New York in an urban environment. I would shoot it exactly the same way. If I go to the park, I'm going to shoot it exactly the same way. And Nikki, you were talking about the direction, you know, not being able to have the right direction for the subject. I just can literally choose, right, I have my base layer of ambient light. That's the light that's already around. And I just add a little bit of light so I can choose the direction of the light. And that isn't even something that, you know, that always is a very scientific process. Like in this image, my assistant Magnus, he was holding the light. And then what we do is I'm just saying, okay, turn it to the left a little bit, walk it to the right a little bit, up, down. We just try different stuff until I can see in the camera, on my mirrorless camera, oh, that looks really good. It's not an exact science because every situation is different. But I just want to give people permission. Most people have one light. Put it on a light stand. Get a friend. Photography is the biggest hobby in the world. People want to be on photo shoots. You know, work with a friend.
Does it matter which light you're using here? Like
no. So this is the thing actually in this behind the scenes. Let me pull up another one. So for this image, that's a great question actually. I usually just use whatever I have built already because we'll be doing a shoot and then at the last minute we'll kind of grab a handheld thing. And I'll just be like, I'm too lazy. We don't have time. Let's just use whatever's built. And I've actually, let me show this other example. This image here, no, not this one. This image. So that's, she is Laurie Marker, Dr. Laurie Marker. This was photographed in Namibia. And again, you don't have to go to all of these places. She is the most influential person in cheetah conservation, I think, on planet Earth. And we went to photograph her. And the behind the scenes is with a fairly small softbox because that's all we had with us when we were on the trip. And still, you can see, you can see all it did, the softbox, is we have that beautiful light all around because it was a cloudy day, is just adding that highlight underneath her eyes and maybe getting her a little bit of a catch light that I think you can't even see here. But it just gives a little bit of directionality to the image. And the client, who is Laurie, loves this image. So, you know, we're using, you'll see this as I show a few more images, we're using all sorts of modifiers. In this scenario, this is taken on the boat. We're in New York Harbor. It's a very sunny day, and we're using a medium Photex soft lighter. So your question, Nikki, is perfect because this, if anyone's shot with a soft lighter before, you know that this sock, the white part, is actually coming off of half the modifier. That's usually a disaster in the studio because you're going to get all sorts of weird results. But on location, we didn't have time. We were like, the moment is happening. The city is moving behind our subject. You know, this is the final image here. It's not even the most interesting background, but it looks so beautiful because we were shooting it very quickly. And I would say that almost in this image, the amount of light coming from my light was too much, but it kind of works. So it doesn't matter what light you have. Should I show some more examples?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, like this, we photographed in Iceland at the end of a 4-day hike. So we were really restricted. And Ellen Chrome actually challenged me to come up with a sort of backpackable setup. So I attached the light to a hiking stick. And you can see this is the ELB, the Ellen Chrome battery pack called the ELB 400, I think at the time. Now they have one called the 500, which is the battery and all the electronics are down here. And then the head, the bit that flashes, is inside the modifier up here. Super light setup. And again, for this image where she's sort of like laying down on the moss, I'm adding the light to flatter the face and fill in a little bit on the face, because without it, you would get raccoon eyes, you get the hard shadows. It's super simple. Again, I am not using a professional to hold the light. I asked one of the other hikers to hold the light. This is not some technical thing that you need a lot of training for. I just showed her roughly where I wanted it, and then we played around and tried different things. So from here, the light is sort of coming directly above her, because the majority of the light when she's laying down is coming sort of from behind, because that's where the sun is, behind the clouds. So I'm just basically filling in a little bit, coming from the same direction as where most of the ambient light is, instead of coming from because in photography school, what's taught is that you would, if you have light coming from one side, you would add light from the other side. But what happens is it makes it so flat. So instead, we just think about light coming from one side, and we just want to fill in a little bit from the same direction to make it look like the light is coming from the natural direction, but just a little bit controlled, just a little bit where we want it. I have a lot more examples, Nikki.
You need a modifier, you need a light.
That's it.
And you need something to hold the modifier and the light.
Yeah, and you can just use a light stand. You know, and so I have this rule about how I ask people to help me on shoots. And the rule is, if I'm making money, I pay the person helping me. And if I'm not making money, then I'll ask for someone who might want to volunteer, or a student, or a family member. That's what I started out with, you know, or anyone of your friends. I even traded a lot of assisting time with friends, other photographers. That's why it's always good to network with other photographers. And if they're doing it on a volunteer basis, they want to learn something, then I will make sure they have a good time and that they learn something about lighting in the process. You know, I think it's the My Lighting with Felix Facebook group is a great place to find photographers in your area.
It is, for sure.
To kind of see who you can work together with. Do you want to see some more examples, Nikki?
Yeah, I was going to say, show us a couple more examples, and then I want to hear more about what is included in your course.
Okay, so here's another example. I shot in front of a backdrop. I'll show you the behind the scenes. Here I'm telling her that a string is pulling from the top of her head to get nice and tall. Again, very unscientific placement of the modifier. We're using daylight in combination with one light. Bog standard, super simple. And I'll show you kind of the unretouched version of that image. It's got a little curves and stuff applied to it. But one thing that I do is, if I'm taking this image, then the modifier is going to be in there, right? It's going to be in the image. So I just try to hold as still as possible, and I ask the person holding the light, hey, could you just move out for a second? And I get a clean frame called a plate. And then I can easily retouch out the modifier. So in the location series, the location lighting series, it builds on this concept very, very thoroughly. We have a segment called On Location Signature Light, extremely simple. And then we also go into kind of what the differences are between an overcast day, or when the light is very flat, which is what I started out in England. That's what we had never endingly. I mean, the reason I got into lighting is because and you have it in Michigan too, Nikki, I guess. you'll have like the clouds just overhead, and you get those shadows under the eyes where you're constantly telling your subjects to bring their chin up. Do you have this?
More so when I lived in Seattle. That was
Okay,
very, very
Seattle.
common. Michigan is way sunnier.
You can
But
tell
yes,
I've
I
never
know
been to
exactly
Michigan.
what you're talking about.
Exactly. So, I wanted a bit more life in the eyes, and like the fact that you can do this with one light and it's not very complicated. And then in the location lighting series, we also show you how to do it in hard sun. So all you need is a light, and honestly, any modifier will do. Something that you can bring on location, which is why I always advocate for battery packs, and maybe like the inside of a circular reflector with the shell taken off, so you can sometimes block the sun a little bit. But, on a big picture perspective, the reason I talk about this is because this idea has opened up an entire career for me. And I know so many photographers who did the same thing with the location lighting series and my studio class, the lighting series, where they just kind of got it for the first time and applied this very simple idea and ran with it and didn't have to get more technical than that. In fact, I don't use any ratios or any of that gubbins in any of these classes because you really don't need to get into it.
Yeah. And I love that. I'm not a very like tech savvy, technical kind of, photographer. My brain works more with connecting with people and, as opposed to the, minutia of the details of the tech part. And that's what I love about how you teach. And people will say, like, you get rave reviews about how you teach because you keep it so simple. And like you said, this isn't like a scientific data where the angle has to be this or that. And you just make it so simple. And that's what everyone always says about you. Like, you're easy to listen to, you're easy to watch, you explain things really clearly and simply. And that to me, that's a really great instructor. So
well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really take a lot of the experiences of how I learned lighting, and I didn't resonate with people. I remember so clearly, Nikki, I had gotten a photographer who was like quite well, was doing quite well and was well known, and I had offered to assist. And the first thing he said is, "It's going to be the hardest you've ever worked in all your life." I was like,
that sounds fun.
Oh my God. I just thought, why is this? Or like, you need to know how to use 5 lights. I'm like, no. What I need to know, and this is why I have this image on the screen right now, what I need to know is what is an image that achieves its purpose, and getting past the light, i.e. stopping worrying about the light. This is why I think this is so powerful and why I use the setup so much. I put an assistant there. I quickly see, okay, how does this look? I match the direction of the ambient light, and then I focus on the subject, which is what you are saying. I focus on the subject and my interaction with them and the rest of the picture. And I'll give you this example because I kind of like what this is. So let me move myself here to a different spot. There we go. This is, again, I'm photographing geologists in Mongolia. Peter here, our geologist. Geologists take samples from a section of rock. So in this case, they're taking samples from the ridge line that you can see snaking. And I love the image because of the sample bags kind of creating that little S, like little snaking in the background. And for geology, this is a picture that like shows him, it shows the location, and it shows the sample bags. You know what I wasn't worried about once we had the lighting set up, which we did in 1 minute? And I'm not boasting, I'm just saying that once you get this, it's easy. I wasn't worried about the light. I was worried about what is in the image that, for me in this image, tells the story, or in your images, or in my images, sells to the client, or the client loves. And I think that's the biggest misconception about lighting, is people think that it now is the thing that overtakes the shoot. And I teach in a way that it's so simple that once you get it, you can focus on your subjects. And you can focus on them. Yeah.
It's about what your clients need, the storytelling through the images, the connection with the subjects. I mean, it's all of it all comes down to what is it that your clients want? Because let's be real, we love doing this, but we also need to make money doing it. And
Exactly.
if you can do this in a really simple way that gives the clients what they need, they're going to buy the photos.
Yes.
I mean, they're going to
exactly.
spend the money. So yeah, ultimately that's what it comes down to.
Exactly. And then I'm going to show you one of my favorite images that I shot.
Oh,
Same idea, Mongolia. And then you have kind of storytelling, right? Like that's actual, another one. And I'll show you the behind the scenes of that one. Same idea. One person holding a light. Light here, we've already talked about this one. I wonder what else there is because we're running out of time. But I really think that, you know, for $99, Nikki, this is why we're making this video, right? For $99, the location lighting series, you can add this huge part of, you know, your repertoire, your toolkit, and what's not to like. And in fact, I don't know if we necessarily kind of tallied up the amount of hours in the location series, but there's 4 quick videos that you need to watch. It's not an 8-hour study of ratios and light meters and color theory and all of this. Yeah. No, it's not any of that, you know? So I'm just saying, it's, I think, incredibly powerful for people. It's
absolutely
super simple, and it's $99, and that's why I wanted to come on and tell you, offer this to your clients. $99 and a light, you'll make that back in the first shoot.
It's a dinner out. I mean, $99, let's be real. In this economy, it's literally like going out to dinner one time.
Yeah.
Instead, buying the course and being able to make a ton more money because your photos will be elevated. So
exactly. In the studio, you need 2 lights most of the time. On location, you only need 1. It's actually kind of magical. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, I don't have an assistant. The only person stopping you from having someone that you work with is you. Because, as I said, photography is the biggest hobby in the world. People love photography. People want to get involved, especially young people, students, anyone like that. And there are photographers on every corner that want to help. And if you make 1 beautiful image on location, trust me, they will be knocking down your door asking to help you.
Well, thank you, Felix. I always love watching you teach, listening to you teach, and all the good things. So like you said, this course is on sale for $99 right now. So take advantage of that while you can. And once you do get it, make sure you also join Felix's Facebook group, the Lighting with Felix Facebook group, and share the images that you created. And yeah, go out there and get this and do this. So thank you again.
Everyone.
All right, thank you again to Felix Koons. And like we talked about, his location lighting series is on sale for $99. It's normally $3.99. Holy cow, that's a big, big savings. So make sure you head to theportraitmasters.com to get the location lighting series if lighting is something you need to learn. Okay, we're gonna take one more quick break from our sponsors and we will be back with our next speaker. Thank you.
Sometimes things just click, and sometimes they don't. We all have those moments. When you're spinning your wheels, need to pump the brakes, need to get back in the saddle. When you need more height, when you need an extra set of hands, need it to float, roll, fly. Okay, man, maybe that's too high. But hey, you're gonna be fine. We get it, and we got you. It's the beauty of creating, that moment when it all clicks. And when you need the right pieces of equipment to make it work, or need someone to just show you how it works, there's Lenny, or Leslie, or David on video chat, here to make sure you have the right parts and partner for the task at hand. B&H, where creativity clicks. Ian, you nailed it.
Hi there, I'm Nikki Klosser, and this is my course on natural light photography. I've been a full-time photographer for over 10 years, but before then, I was a burned out school social worker who needed a change. My job was just sucking the life out of me, and I knew it was time to do something else. Since then, since I quit my job as a social worker, I have photographed thousands of clients, and I more than quadrupled my income that I was making as a school social worker now that I'm a full-time photographer. Something I learned early in my career, and I just kind of know about myself as a person in general, is I like things to be easy and efficient. So when I first started learning, one, how to use a camera, I also had to learn how to light people. And to light people in a really great way that makes people look really, really good. When I first started, and even now, I was always drawn to natural light. I love the look of it, and I just really love it in general. And over the last 10 years, at least 90% of the shoots that I have done has been all in natural light. I do believe that one of the reasons I've been so successful is to have a really great portfolio. You don't have to have the best portfolio in the world, but you do have to make your clients look great. They need to look at their photos and feel beautiful and feel amazing, and so much of that is with lighting. If you don't know how to properly light your clients, it's not going to be as flattering, and they're not going to love their photos as much. So in order to book more clients, you have to have a strong portfolio, which also means your lighting needs to be dialed in. Again, I promise you this is not hard. If I can do this, anyone can do it. I'm going to show you how simple and how little you truly, truly need to make your photos look incredible. I promise you this does not need to be hard. You do not need all these complex setups and tons of gear in order to make just gorgeous portraits for your clients. I'm going to show you how simple and easy it is during this whole course. If you are ready to learn how easy natural light is, whether you're inside, outside, whether it's the harsh sunlight, whether it's inside in a studio with diffused light, with window light, I am going to teach you exactly how to do it. So please join me with this natural light course.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's me. I have to come and introduce the host because the host is now going to demonstrate and show you something. I'm going to introduce Nikki Klosser to you. Nikki Klosser is a photographer and she's an educator. You also know her as the most phenomenal podcaster. Nikki's been our podcast host since 2019. And she's at almost 3 million downloads on the Portrait System, and she's an incredible podcast host, an incredible educator and photographer. So she's going to come and talk to you about personal brand. Now, personal branding is a word that you hear all the time, and the biggest question from all of our followings was, Nikki has a workshop called Personal Branding, and Sue has a workshop called Personal Branding. What's the difference? I teach how to build a personal brand around you as the photographer, and she teaches you how to shoot personal branding, how to pose personal branding, how to book personal branding, and how to sell it. Because personal branding is one of the most in-demand genres for all photographers. We know it's in demand and it's so easy to get. So I'm going to introduce Nikki Klosser to come and teach you all about personal branding. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in the hot seat now. It's a lot easier talking about other people than myself. But that's okay, I love to teach, so that is why I'm here. In fact, one of the reasons I do love to teach is if it wasn't for other instructors who taught me what they knew, namely Sue Bryce, I don't think I would be where I'm at today. Other instructors, other educators, that, when other people teach, that's how you learn, right? So that's why I'm so happy that I get to be able to stand up here and give back everything that I know, everything that I've done for the last 12 years in this business. Okay, I want you to know that you can be successful. If I can do this, so can you. I knew nothing about running a business when I started this, literally nothing. So one of my questions for you is, what drives you? Do you have a job that you hate right now, that it's just sucking the life out of you? I know what that feels like. I was there. Do you want to quit because, quit your job because you want to be a full-time photographer? Are you just dying to do something that you love every day and be creative? What is it that truly drives you? Do you need to support your family? For me in 2012, I was a school social worker, and I was so burned out, and all I wanted was the freedom of my time to do what I wanted, when I wanted, and just design my life so that I wasn't working for someone else, doing something that was just crushing me inside. And that was when I decided it was time to start a business. And it's crazy to think, I was 34 years old in 2012. And it's so wild to think back on this whole journey. But when I started this, what I didn't realize was I was starting as a wedding and family photographer, which meant weekends and evenings. And if you shoot weddings or families, you know what I'm talking about. I didn't realize that, changing from this 9 to 5, working for someone else, was then gonna make me super unhappy weekends, working my summer away. And then I learned about personal branding photography, and I was like, okay, so personal branding, that means I get to help other entrepreneurs and other business owners by providing them with beautiful photos that are gonna help them make more money. And I don't have to work evenings and weekends, sign me up. So once I learned about it, I went full speed ahead. Got rid of the weddings, got rid of the families, and truly this genre is what got me out of debt. I truly started making an income that I don't think I ever believed was possible for myself. I don't think I ever believed I could start a business. But the next thing I knew, I had a very, very strong business shooting personal branding. And consistently, I've had a sales average over the last decade of $2,000 per shoot. And I think sometimes when we first start, we think that the only money is in weddings or families, but I'm here to say that there is a genre out there that isn't saturated yet. This market is not saturated yet. There is a high demand for personal branding photo shoots. So it's a really good time to get on board with it. And a couple things that I just want to talk about is that personal branding is a really easy sell. Professionals, business owners, everyone needs photos. This is a need, not a want. People know they need photos for their social media, for their email signature, for newsletters, for their business card, for their website, for LinkedIn, for all the things. They know they need the photos. But people are so uncomfortable having their photos done in a photo shoot, often they put it off. But they know they need it. So it can be a really, really easy sell. So, and I talk way more in depth about marketing in my course, The Personal Branding System, but I've only got 20 minutes, so I'm trying to squeeze in as much as I can. I want to go over a few points that you can bring up that will help you to book more shoots. Because again, people know they need these photos. You just have to help kind of convince them. Oh my God, can I walk a little bit closer? I just realized I can't read my, my slide from here. Hopefully that's okay. I'm just gonna walk a little bit closer. Okay, so I want you to keep in mind as I say these points that you can infuse all of these points into your marketing. I say these things on repeat on my social media, on my website, to my email list. These are points I'm always infusing into my marketing. So one, they will make more money with professional photos. I have had clients straight up say to me, they booked more clients, someone reached out and said, oh my gosh, your business is blowing up. I'm so proud of you. What have you done differently? Or not even what have you done differently, but I'm so proud of you. Your business is blowing up. My client was laughing because she's literally the only thing I did was change my photos. That's it. Changed my photos on my website, started posting them on social media, and all of a sudden there was this appearance that she was blowing up. And all she did was change her photos, booking more clients. So they will make more money with professional photos. They will stand out in their industry amongst all of the other competitors with better photos. Okay, the other thing is people will stay longer on their website. So you know that we only have a few seconds for someone to decide whether or not they're gonna stay and learn more. If they've got professional photos on their website, regardless of what industry they're in. If they're a hairstylist, if they're a real estate agent, if they are an insurance agent, they will stand out amongst their competitors if they've got really compelling, beautiful photos. Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so I'm over here like trying to squint. Okay, it will set them apart from other people in their industry. The other thing that's really important to do here is to explain what you're gonna do for them. Because again, it is so intimidating to think about doing a photo shoot for people. You know, people get intimidated by that. They don't love having their photo taken. So for example, I offer hair and makeup styling. So I will always say, we're gonna do your hair and makeup. I'm gonna pose you and direct you through your entire shoot. I'm gonna make it just like so easy for them to want to do a shoot with me. So make sure you are talking about, you know, some of these points of why it's important for them to have, you know, professional photos for their business, and also talk about the service that you provide. And keep saying these things over and over and over. If you're in a networking group with me, you know that I'm always gonna say things like, if you hate your photo taken, hate having your photo taken, I'm your girl. If you feel uncomfortable in front of a camera, I'm your photographer. We are gonna do your hair and makeup. You're gonna make more money and book more clients with these photos. I mean, these are things I say over and over and over. Okay, another thing I really love about this genre is it's no evenings and weekends. And I know I brought that up before, but see those people in that little circle? That's who I wanna be spending my time with. I don't want to be working my life away, especially on evenings and weekends. And I mostly, you know, I photograph professionals. They don't want to work in the weekends or evenings either. So everything is happening during traditional business hours during the week, and I love, love, love it. You know, with weddings and families, I went from all weekends and evenings, and now Monday through Friday, I start my shoots at 10:30 because I don't want to drive through rush hour traffic. It's awesome. Okay, the other thing is I love efficiency, and personal branding can be very, very efficient. I don't want to shoot all day. And I don't mean to sound like I don't love what I do. I really love what I do. But it can be really easy in this business to burn out. And if you have shoots that are lasting 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, you know, or weddings or whatever, it can be hard on your body, hard on your mind. You can get burned out. That's what I really love about this is I don't leave my shoots feeling drained, and neither do my clients. My clients leave feeling energized and like they want more, as opposed to if it's taking you hours and hours and hours and they're just like, oh my gosh, they're done. I've been in photo shoots like that where I was being photographed and it was taking so long and I was exhausted. I want them leaving feeling like they want more. Now, for a client who doesn't take forever to change, because sometimes on the rare occasion I get someone who, I don't know why, but it just takes forever for them to change. But if they change, you know, at a typical rate, I can shoot 6 outfits in 60 minutes during my personal branding photo shoots. And you can see in the personal branding system throughout the course, there are 3 real live client shoots, 2 in the studio, 1 on location, where you see this whole process of me going through 6 outfits in 60 minutes. And the whole thing, including hair and makeup, takes between 2 and 3 hours. So from the moment the client gets there, you know, hair and makeup is usually about an hour. I've got a really quick stylist. Sometimes it can be an hour and a half, depending on who the stylist is. And then I usually shoot for an hour, hour and 15 minutes. I'm getting 6 outfits. You know, I move through different setups, different backgrounds, different poses, all of that, and I'm able to capture a huge variety in that amount of time. And it comes with practice, for sure. It really does. However, if you get things really dialed in and nailed down, it just flows. And it's so much fun, and you're so confident in what you're doing. Now, just because I'm a quick shooter does not mean that I am lacking in service. So during that time, I am making sure I am connecting with that client. I'm giving genuine compliments. I am asking them questions. My hair and makeup stylist is making them feel super pampered. So they're leaving loving the experience and telling their colleagues or friends or family about me because they really love that experience. This is really, really important. So that means they're leaving feeling refreshed and not completely drained, and they're leaving feeling like, wow, that was a great experience. Yeah, I find that is probably one of the bigger reasons that I get referrals, is making them feel pampered and just great and just flowing through that photo shoot with ease. Now keep in mind, I'm not like shooting for awards here. Like I'm not, I'm talking about like my everyday client shoots. And a couple things that I have done in order to make things more efficient. So practice, memorize, and reuse poses. I've got 13 poses that I rotate through. People don't know what to do when they're in front of a camera. And I've got these poses memorized because I practice them. And yes, there are times, of course, like I get what I need to get for the client, because what I know they need for their website and just the more traditional poses or whatever, then I have fun after I've nailed what I need to for what the client came in for. Then I get more creative with the posing and everything. But I have 13 poses that I rotate through. And confidently posing my clients makes them feel like they can trust me, like I know what I'm doing. And when you can just memorize these poses and move through them quickly, it helps so much. They will talk about you to your friends and your colleagues. Okay, so even if you're using the same poses, like I don't want my photos to all look the same. So I am changing things up with the expression, the outfit, the backdrop, the composition. Like I'm really trying to mix things up. And I'm gonna do a little posing demo for you here in a minute, but just wanna show you a few examples. So this is just leaning forward with one arm up. It's basically the same pose. I'm just doing a couple tweaks, different color backdrop, different expressions. This is just standing with one hand on the waist. Super classic pose, but again, each photo looks very different because I'm changing things up based on the composition, the background, the expression. This is where I tell my client, I pose them a specific way and I say, show me the back of your shoulder. And then again, all three photos look quite different because you're switching things up. But these are just some examples. And this is with one elbow back. The photos look very different from each other, and you can get a good variety based on changing what I said before, the outfit, the location, the backdrop, the expression. The wall pose, Sue teaches how to pose with a wall, and every time I have a wall there, I am using it to pose because you can get tons of different variety by using a wall. Okay, again, this is just an example of sitting forward with both arms down, a different variety that you can get from really the same pose. And this is, again, a little bit more, and it takes a little bit of practice to get comfortable so you no longer have to freeze. Like I remember when I first started out, I was freezing up like, what am I gonna do next? And I was tired of that. I was like, okay, I just need to nail down these specific poses so that I always can run through them and know what I'm doing next. Okay, so shooting to sell more. I want you to remember that variety sells. Variety, variety, variety. This is one of the reasons why I photograph multiple outfits. I always try to squeeze in 6 or more, sometimes more, because I tell my clients, bring as much as you want, and while they're in hair and makeup, I'm deciding on the final outfits while they're in hair and makeup. So clients will almost always choose at least 1 or 2 photos in each outfit. So if they're trying to narrow things down, but you've got 6 outfits, so my packages are 5, 10, and 20 photos, or they can purchase more. If I've got them in 6 outfits, and they're gonna pick, usually 2 from each one, that puts them at 12 photos, which moves them up to the bigger package, it's really difficult for them to say no when you have a variety. I'm almost always selling my top and middle packages because of the variety. So you can get variety by using multiple outfits, like I mentioned, changing up the backdrops, mixing up the poses, changing the expression, different composition, all the things I've been saying. Also, black and white photos is really helpful as far as creating a variety. And my biggest package comes with all the black and whites of each color. So if someone's trying to decide, I always show like 3 or 4 photos in black and white, and if they're trying to decide, I don't know if I like the color of the black and white, it's a selling point for me where I can say, hey, if you get that biggest package, you also get the black and whites. So it's just kind of an easy way to upsell. This is just an example of some of my real clients and some of the variety that I've gotten, which leads me to bigger sales. So this is Karen, and she's done a couple photo shoots with me actually. And again, when you have a client who's trying to narrow things down, if they all start to look the same, they're gonna be able to just get, okay, I'll take this one over this one over this one. But when there is a big variety, it's way harder for them to narrow things down. Oops. And this is my client, Elizabeth. She's done a couple photo shoots as well. And that's something I really pride myself on is return clients, because when you really provide a great service, they'll keep coming back. And with personal branding photos, people need photos on the regular. This is Amanda now. It's not like it's just like a one and done for the rest of their business. People constantly need to update their photos, so keep that in mind. Sorry, I'm kind of blasting through these because I really want to try and get through everything. Okay, I'm going to do a quick posing demo with Stephanie. And I think one of the commercials for the Natural Light Masterclass was just before this, so you might recognize Stephanie. She was in my Natural Light class coming up. This is Stephanie. Stephanie is actually a model for a living, but the people that I photograph typically, like my normal clients, are not models. So I'm just gonna, I told her, like, don't pose yourself. Let me just go through it so you can see exactly how I go through my posing process with my clients. Okay, so I'm gonna have Stephanie, you're gonna go right here. I usually always start with the wall. I don't know why. This is just kind of like the process that I've always done, but in my studio, I usually use V-flats that one is against the wall and one is on the back wall. And again, in the personal branding system, you'll see all of these setups. I explain it down to like where I get things and how I do everything. Okay, so let's have you lean your shoulder on here. Yep, and perfect. I was gonna have her turn her hips away. Sometimes when you're like square on, it's not as flattering as if you turn the hips just a little bit. So you're gonna lean right on there for me. Yep, and then just bring this hand right here, Stephanie. Perfect. Put this hand right in the pocket. Yep, if they have a pocket, I always love it. Okay, so from here, I'm set now. I'm gonna take a shot, and then I'm gonna move her. Okay, let's bring this hand all the way up on your waist here, and let's swap knees. Bend that other knee for me. Perfect. I'm gonna move back, I'm gonna take another shot, and now I've got two. Okay, so then put your back to the wall here for me. Yep, and just bend this front knee. Yep, and just touch your leg right here, and take your shoulder off the wall a little bit, and tip towards me just a touch. Now I'm gonna do a horizontal here, which is gonna look totally different. Now give me a big smile. There we go, perfect. So now, right there, I've got 3 unique images in one outfit on the same backdrop. Okay, so now I'm gonna have you stand right here for me, Stephanie. And the whole time I'm showing them what to do. So let's put all of your weight on one leg. Yep, bring both hands up for me, relax your shoulders. Yep, tip forward just a touch. Oftentimes what people do is they go here, but I'm gonna have them bring their hands all the way up to the curve of their waist, just like that. Okay, I'm gonna take a shot here. Okay, drop, let's see, bring your knee this way. Yep, and drop this hand for me. Yep, I'm mirrored, yep, this way. Yep, I'm gonna move back, I'm gonna take another shot. Okay, now widen your stance here for me. Just rock onto one leg. Yep, and put your hand right in that pocket. Yep, just like that. And tuck that elbow back for me. This is that elbow back shot. Now, I have an option here. I can go horizontal, I can go vertical, so I'll just figure that out. Big smile, perfect. Okay, now let's turn this way. And then bend this front knee for me and just show me the back of your shoulder, just like that. I'm gonna take another shot here. Now I might say, give me a big smile and kind of look down this way and be like, oh. I'm such a dork, I swear that's how I normally, but see how I got a genuine laugh. Click, I'm gonna do a horizontal. Okay, that's awesome. You know what, let's now get the ottoman. So then I'll bring in something for them to sit on. All right. And you'll notice, like, I'm going through, I think in total there'll be like 13 poses that I'm doing right now. I'm kind of not fully keeping track if I'm doing them all, but 13 poses is what I rotate through. Okay, sit there for me. I have apple boxes and half apple boxes. So I'm gonna have you put one foot up here, Stephanie.
We're just gonna move this ottoman real quick.
Oh, yeah. Hop up real quick, honey. Oh, yeah, I forgot we were moving it over there. Okay, they told me to do that. I forgot. All right, so put one foot up there for me. Okay, from here, okay, keep your knees together for me, and I'm gonna have you lean down here. Not quite as far, so if you're like, bring your elbow back a little bit for me. Yep, and slide your hand this way. Yep, and just relax your shoulder there. And this hand's gonna go right through here. Yep, and bring your knee this way for me, just like that. Okay, click, and then I'm gonna bring this hand up here. Yep, right there, and then I'm gonna do a different composition, so I'm probably gonna move back, take another shot, that's good. Okay, so then I'm gonna have you turn this way so that your knees are this way, and let's scoot the ottoman all the way back. Okay, yep. Okay, and sometimes they just do something that looks good. I love what you just did. So cross your leg, yep, and then, let's see, which way are you here? Yep, just like that, and just kind of lean back a little bit. Yep, right there. Your left foot on this box. Perfect. Okay, so this arm is gonna come just like that. I'm gonna take another shot here, and now I'm gonna be like, all right, change your outfit. And they're gonna get up, change the outfit, I'm gonna change the backdrop, we're gonna do it all over again. But I make it, I mean, I don't go through the same poses in the same order or whatever. I'm trying to mix it up so it's not super obvious that I'm doing the same thing over and over, but really that's it. And then, you know, with this outfit, what was that, 3, 6, 9, maybe 10 good shots. And now I'm moving on to the next outfit. So it's gonna give me a pretty decent variety. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I thought oh, here it is. Okay. Again, in the personal branding system, you'll see real life, my real clients, different shoots of me going through all of this. Okay. Oops, did I go backwards? Okay, so how do I get consistent clients? Couple things. If you're not getting yourself out there and really getting yourself in front of people and marketing so that people can see what you do, they're not gonna come knocking on your door. You can be the most awarded photographer in the world. You can be the nicest person in the world. You can be the most deserving person in the world. And you can have the most beautiful portfolio. You can create an amazing photo shoot experience. And you can have the best mindset and thoughts, but none of this will matter. None of this will matter if you don't have strong marketing. This is super, super important. Sue touched on networking before. Networking truly changed my life. Networking is something you should not underestimate. It is truly what gave me the most referrals and made my business absolutely blow up, was going to networking meetings. And I'm not gonna say that it happened overnight, because it didn't, but networking doesn't need to be scary or hard. Whether or not you're an introvert or an extrovert, it can be done. And it can be the backbone of building your client base. Now, there are tons of different types of groups out there. Like, I went to this one group and they were like, okay, you have to come however many times a month and you have to meet with, a certain amount of one-on-ones and give a certain amount of referrals. And I was just like, oh, I don't really like to be told what to do. And that feels really regimented. So that was not my style at all. It took me a couple different groups to go to really find some things that fit. And I mean, at one point I joined a group called Business Among Moms, and I wasn't even thinking about having kids. Not only did I have kids, but kids weren't even on the radar yet when I joined that group. So don't be afraid to just explore different groups. At one group I was driving over an hour to each way, but it was so worth it. I was building connections with people, and truly that's what it takes. I don't want you to think you're gonna show up to a networking meeting and then all of a sudden you're gonna have 1 million clients. That's not how it works. Building connections is truly what will start to get you those referrals. And I don't want to pretend that I always love going. I mean, there were days where I was just like, oh my gosh, I do not want to go to this meeting. But I'll tell you what, I never, ever regretted going. But the times I didn't go, I regretted not going. It's always worth it in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it's one conversation that you have with someone. And I go through marketing and networking in the personal branding system in depth of how I have managed to do this even when I didn't really love it or if I didn't enjoy it. But yes, that has been huge, huge for me, booking consistent clients. The other thing is that I wanted to mention is, and these are just a few marketing strategies, but doing trades and free shoots, this was key, and it was key to do it strategically. I was very deliberate who I offered trades to and free shoots. So there were times when I was offering to do a trade with someone when I didn't even really need their services. However, I knew that they were someone who posted on social media all the time. They tagged their hairstylist, they tagged their real estate agent. If they loved their photos, I knew they were gonna spread the word about me. And I also would choose people who were influential within these networking groups, or people who tended to, be like well-known in the community. And I'm not saying rich, that's not what I'm saying at all, but someone who is well-connected in the community, who is likely to scream from the rooftops about you. I had a couple like evangelists for my business that told so many people about me. And I strategically chose them to either offer a free shoot or a trade so I could get them in front of my camera. I mean, let's be real, there were people in these networking groups who were charging like a fifth of what I was charging. So I was like, how am I gonna do this? Like I'm starting at $1,000 and someone else in here is $150. But what I did is I strategically chose people, got them in front of my camera, showed like this amazing experience. They had beautiful photos, and the next thing I knew, I was booking people. Okay, let's see. Okay. Again, last thing when it comes to trades and free shoots, it's not like you're just gonna walk into a networking group and all of a sudden be like, hey, I wanna trade shoots or whatever. They have to kind of get to know you and your work a little bit. People aren't going to, a free shoot, but someone is more likely to take you up on a free shoot and definitely more likely to take you up on a trade if you have something that they want. So make sure you are making your work known, showing, your best foot forward with the work that you're showing and how you're delivering your pitch and all of these things during networking meetings. And I know this might all sound like it's so much work and it's so daunting, but I promise you it's way easier than it sounds. Okay, gosh, you guys, I have so much information that I want to share and I'm running out of time. Okay, I just want to say quickly, the way you speak and write is everything. So whether it's your pitch or your website or social media, you have to grab their attention right away. We only have a few seconds to capture someone's attention, to decide whether or not they're gonna stay or go. You have to make sure you are bringing people in, especially with words. So let's talk about, sometimes they're called taglines, hooks, slogans. I just wanna give you a couple examples of different things, and things that I know I mentioned quickly before, but I always say I love photographing people who hate having their photo taken. I will pose you and direct you the entire time. People are like at networking meetings, I'll be like, how many people in here love having their photo taken? And no one raises their hand, everyone looks around. And I'm like, good, because I love photographing people who hate having their photo taken. So these types of things that I repeat over and over and over help me book clients. Okay, so I want you to just we'll quickly go through these. What would grab your attention more? I'm a photographer who specializes in legacy portraits, or you'll never hate your photos again if I'm your photographer. Another example is, I'm a natural light photographer doing mini sessions this summer, or give me 20 minutes and I'll give you the best family photos you've ever had. Come to my studio for a personal branding photo shoot, or my clients make more money because of their new photos. Another example, my prints are on high quality archival paper. Or, want an easy family photo shoot? I'll even come to your house and hang your photos for you. Just try to think of different ways to grab their attention. So, highly awarded portrait photographer, or you don't need to be photogenic to look amazing in your photos. Let me start that again. You don't need to be photogenic to look amazing in the photos I take of you. So just think about the difference there of what might grab people in. Okay, lastly, do in-person selling. I know it can seem daunting. I do it on Zoom. I share my screen, go through a beautiful slideshow, and again, there's a real-life client sales session in the portrait system that you can see from start to finish exactly how I do it. I'm literally in my pajama bottoms, party on the top, not party on the bottom, because I'm not trying to leave my house any more than I have to. So I do it on Zoom, and instead of just sending the gallery, you guys, don't send the galleries. Do it in person, even if it's just on Zoom. It will really, really help with your sales average. You don't have to go chasing people to get paid. Super, super worth it. All right. Last thing, give yourself some grace. There are a lot of things to do when you are starting a business. We all have different life circumstances. It's going to take some of us longer than others, and that's okay. Just make sure you're just taking one step forward. You know, set your goals, make those lists, do what you need to do in order to truly, truly get that business off the ground or to elevate your business. But just make sure to give yourself some grace there too. This is not, you know, it's not a cakewalk, but I get goosebumps just thinking about it. It is so worth it. You know, I get to volunteer in my kids' class anytime I want. You know, I can travel whenever I want. Like, life is just so different when you have, you know, a business that gives you the means to design your life. So, all right, thank you. And to wrap things up, I know I mentioned the personal branding system a lot, but it's a course that I truly loved creating and I really believe in, and it is on sale for $97. It's normally $399, so you're saving, oh my gosh, can I do math? $303 if you purchase it today. So $99, the personal branding system. It goes through, gosh, pricing, selling. You'll see the sales session, all the different photo shoots. I talk about marketing and choosing clients' clothes, like so much stuff. Okay, and it looks like we have some questions from the chat, so I'll go ahead and answer those really quickly. And okay, who do you ask for portfolio building when starting from zero? Anyone who could breathe is what I honestly, because I lived in Seattle. When I'm born and raised in Michigan, moved to Seattle, I didn't know anybody when I was out there. And again, I was a social worker. I didn't have any friends. I was having a really hard time in Seattle making friends. So, you know, I asked my neighbor. I asked my coworkers at school, you know, can you do this for me or whatever? That's how I did it. And before I had a hair and makeup artist, I just had them go to a makeup counter at, you know, at the mall and get their makeup done. So anyone and sometimes people aren't gonna wanna do it, but I didn't charge for it. I was basically like, hey, I'm practicing, you know, show some inspiration photos from another photographer and say, this is what I'm trying to achieve. Will you please, please, please model for me? If everyone is saying no, you're gonna have to change up how you're asking. Okay, what photography experience did you have before I started? Okay, none. No, I take that back. When I was in high school, I was a sophomore and I had a film. I learned how to develop film. I had a black and white film class. But I mean, I thought I was so artsy and cool with the things I was doing, and I still have some of the photos. It's pretty funny. Other than that, I had none. My husband had a Nikon D80 when I met him, and he rides BMX. He was sponsored by a BMX company, and he was like, you gotta take some pictures for me in this t-shirt. And I was like, okay, and I was terrified of this Nikon D80. All the buttons, you guys, so many buttons, I was terrified. I'm like, okay, you know, he showed me what to do, and I was like, oh, looks pretty good. Like, wow, you know, and I don't even know what happened. Something happened, something just switched in me, and I decided I was gonna be a photographer, and that was 2011, and 2012 is when I started my business. Okay, how long does my editing process take? Okay, so I do outsource a retoucher to do things like skin and backdrop, although I have to say recently with Lightroom's upgrades to their tools, I have been doing a lot of retouching on my own. I don't normally love to do that. It depends on how busy I am with shoots. Like if I'm only doing, because I do the podcast and I do education and things, I'm really only doing 3 or 4 shoots a month right now. Whereas for the first 10 years of my career, I was doing 8 to 10. So I've got a little bit more flexibility with doing some retouching. Gosh, it just depends, you guys. I have one Lightroom preset that I have it's called the signature color preset. I actually sell it. That goes on everything in Lightroom. The first thing I do to all of my photos is my one color preset. And then from there, gosh, it's so hard to answer this question. I try to do my best to shoot it right in camera. That's not always realistic. But sometimes my retoucher will do the backdrop for me, skin, any flyaway hairs. But again, gosh, if I had to take it, I would say probably 5 minutes a photo. If I'm doing everything myself, all of the retouching myself, I would guess about 5 minutes a photo. But if you can afford it, like at the moment, to get a retoucher, it can really save a lot of time. And Pratik and I did, we did an episode on the Portrait System podcast where we talk about how to find your retoucher. I swear it's like dating, but how to find your retoucher. So if you look back at the Portrait System podcast episodes, there's a good one with Pratik. Okay, what camera and lens do you shoot with most of the time? I have right now a Canon R6. Prior to that, I had the Mark IV that I had for like 6 or 7 years. I'm not a gearhead, I'm not real techie. I've had the same lenses since, well, I started with the Nikon D80 with my husband, but then I went to Canon. I've had the same lenses since then. I have the Sigma 50 1.4, and that's like my workhorse. Outdoors, I love my Canon 85 1.8. Could I upgrade to the 1.4 or 1.2 L series? Yes. Do I want to? No, because I don't want to spend the money, and my 1.8 works great. However, Fujifilm over here has got me like, ugh, I might have to make the switch, because I had an assistant the other day that was working on this like 300-person headshot thing I was doing, and she had, during our break, she had her laptop open in Lightroom, and I was like, what? Like, what camera are you shooting on? And it was the 100. It was the 100, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm dying. Okay, so I might upgrade, we'll see. But yeah, a 50 mil, and then I have a Canon 35 2.0 and the 85 1.8. Those are what I use most. All right, that's it. Again, personal branding system on sale right now for $97, originally $399, so go get it. Feel free to message me. I love Instagram if you have any questions about the course or any of my other stuff. I'm happy to do that. So let's see. Oh gosh, is this before we do the giveaway? Oh my gosh, I'm the last one today. Okay, before we start more giveaways, I just want to say thank you to all of our instructors, and of course to you as an audience for being here. This has been really, really great. It's been fun watching the comments in the chat. And to our sponsors. Our sponsors are, I mean, how cool is it that they're giving away this free stuff? Tomorrow, we're gonna have our special guests, Caroline Tran, Julie Gaylor, Cara Marie, Michelle Salentano, and Roberto Valenzuela. So you're gonna be getting a whole new crop of instructors tomorrow with lots more to teach and to give. Okay, so now it's giveaway time. Great prizes from our sponsors. So this is how it's gonna work. And this, I think this was updated a little bit, so I'm just gonna read this to you so I get this right. This is how it's gonna work. I'm gonna tell you the prize and a code word, and you're then going to write the code word in the chat. Once and only one time. If you write more than one time, you'll be disqualified. So once and only once, you write the code word into the chat. We're gonna give you a minute to drop the code in, and the winner will be chosen at random. So let's go, let's do this. All right, to start, we have 5 $50 gift cards to the Portrait Masters store. So most of the courses that you heard about today are all located at theportraitmasters.com. So 5 people will get a $50 gift card to the Portrait Masters store. So drop the code word portrait into the chat now. And again, we're gonna give away 5 of those gift cards. While you're doing that, I'm gonna get a sip of water. I'm in Phoenix, it's very dry here. I live in Michigan, it's not as dry here. Okay, so again, drop the code portrait only one time in the chat, and we're gonna be choosing 5 people at random. And if you go to theportraitmasters.com, well, I just wanna explain something, because I think sometimes it can be confusing. The Portrait Masters, that's our store, theportraitmasters.com. The Portrait System, that is our membership. So the Portrait System is where we have this massive library catalog of videos, a ton of Sue, guest instructors, again, pricing, posing, selling, lighting, all of the things, self-value. I mean, it's insane how much value there is within this catalog of videos. So that's the Portrait System membership. And then we have the Portrait System podcast, which is what I host. So we have the Portrait Masters store and then the Portrait System. The Portrait Masters is where you will find all of these amazing courses, and we have, they're currently on sale too, which is fantastic. All right, I'm just trying to figure out, are we doing, where will I find the, oh, okay, got it. I'm just trying to make sure I'm doing this right for you guys. Should I have them drop in all of the codes now at one time and then we will announce all of the winners at the end? Yes. Okay, sorry, I want to make sure we had this clear. We've never had so many things to give away before. Okay, we also have 3 $100 gift cards to the Portrait Master store. So this is 3 of these $100 gift cards. Drop the code DEALS into the chat. DEALS, D-E-A-L-S. Okay, we also have 2 annual memberships to the portrait system. So this is what I was telling you about, where Sue has a million videos in there. There are tons of guest instructors in there. All things business, selling, posing, marketing, styling, inspirational photo shoots, retouching, like you name it, it's there. Drop the code SYSTEM into the chat now. And again, we're giving away 2 annual memberships to the portrait system. So drop the code SYSTEM if that's something you want to win. Okay, next we have 2 $100 gift cards from our incredible sponsor, B&H Photo. 2 $100 gift cards from B&H Photo. Drop the code DEALS into the chat now. Is it okay that it's the same word, DEALS? I'm assuming yes, okay. So again, that's DEALS, D-E-A-L-S. Drop that into the chat for B&H Photo gift card, chance to win. We also have 2 $100 gift cards to the 2025 WPPI swag store. WPPI is so much fun. If you've never been, I highly recommend it. Drop the code FLASH, F-L-A-S-H, into the chat now for a chance to win a $100 gift card to the 2025 WPPI swag store. All right, so if you hear your name, you're going to email support@photodealdays.com to claim your prize. Okay, they're updating it as we go. Okay, so for for the 5 $50 TPM, the Portrait Masters gift card, that's to our store, we have Benjamin Falashi. Hopefully I said that right, Benjamin. We have Fritz, Luca M, Inspire Photos, and Joyce Doty. So if you heard your name, make sure to email support@photodealdays.com to claim your prize. Okay, the Portrait Masters $100 gift card, we have Marina, Doug Miller, and Jen G. All right, this is for the Portrait System annual membership, which is a great prize. It's a massive prize, actually. Monica Plummer is the first one. Welcome to the community, Monica. It's a fun one. Oh, and also, if you don't win this one, it's $29 a month right now, special going, so don't forget about that. Okay, Monica Plummer, you're the first one, and Eugene Kang. Welcome to the Portrait System community, Eugene and Monica. Okay, for the B&H Photo $100 gift cards, we have Casey Wilson and Julio Manjaraz. Hopefully I said that right. Julio Manjaraz. Okay, Photo Flash Drive. We love Photo Flash Drive. They have so many awesome, really cool products. They have it's a $100 gift card to the WPPI swag store. And those winners are Shirley Mann and Jessica Pham. Shirley Mann and Jessica Pham. All right, come back tomorrow. We still have a huge day tomorrow of more learning, more giveaways, and if you did win a prize, don't forget, email support@photodealdays.com. Did I miss everything? And the cameras we're giving away tomorrow?
Via email. Today and tomorrow.
Say that one more time.
Via email today and tomorrow.
Okay, yep. Okay, all right. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here today, and we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. I will see you then. Photographers, if you want to make a great income without working nights and weekends, personal branding is the genre for you. I'm Nikki Klosser, and I used to be a burned out social worker, and I was able to quit my job, more than quadruple my income with personal branding photography, and it truly changed my life. Don't buy into the idea that you have to shoot weddings and families in order to make money. I promise you, personal branding is where it's at. I'll take you step by step through pricing, marketing, real client photo shoots, a sales session, and so much more. If you want to learn exactly what to do to make your business successful, click the link below. Sign up now and let's get you started.
Class intro, take one, Mark.
I'm Lara Jade, and I'm a fashion and beauty photographer based here in New York City. After my last course, the fashion series, there was a lot of interest from many of you out there who wanted to know more about the business aspects of photography and also marketing techniques. I hear you. I listened to your feedback and created this course around all of those questions that you might want answered. I'm going to teach you how to identify your potential clients, how to pitch your work, and how to get published, how to price your work, and how to create a social media strategy to become a memorable brand. There's also going to be a section on how to build a successful career when you're in a small market. In this class, we're going to have 3 different photo shoots. One will be a brand collaboration with designer Daniel Frankel. Another will be a home studio shoot where I invite you into my home. And the third will be an exciting photo shoot with influencer Christiana, who has been on America's Next Top Model. We end in a 30-day challenge where I'm challenging you to get out there and put all the points we talked about in the course into action. And I want to hear from you on how your business is doing. Feel free to post those results in my Facebook group so I can check them out. Your marketing strategy should be just as creative as your photography, if not more. The fashion and commercial industry can be quite overwhelming when you start out. This information is not that accessible online, so I'm excited to bring you into my world and give you tips and tricks on how to be successful in this side of the industry. You've done the creative work. Now it's time to set your business up for success.
everyone, my name is Roberto Valenzuela. I'm a Canon Explorer of Light, and I am extremely excited to share this course with you because it's going to open up your world of possibilities in lighting, and to me that's just invaluable. I cannot wait to see what you do with the knowledge that you gained from this course, which we hope to elevate your lighting and refine your lighting, whether you're indoor, you're outdoor, you're using hard modifiers or soft modifiers, whether it's raining or sunny. I don't want you to be limited by anything. I want your lighting to be on point regardless of the situation, and that's exactly why and how we filmed this course. So who is this course for? It's very simple. This course is for those of you who are tired of being average. This is for those people who say enough is enough, maybe it's time to really elevate your work. Is it possible to create something that stands out from the rest? Is it possible for you to differentiate yourself because your work has a level of consistency? You spend all this money on your gear, so why not bring your lighting to match the gear that you have? If your lighting is incredible, everything just elevates itself, and that is exciting. I know that people have a lot of challenges with lighting. You know, you have outdoor lighting, you have splotchy lighting with the sun, you have the sun is moving all over the place, the clouds come in, the rain comes in, and all you want is to gain consistency and keep a certain level of experience and professionalism and level of quality in all your work. How do you do that? When I started my journey into flashes, I thought they were intimidating, they were scary, there's all these modifiers, there's all these adapters, there's all these things to it. In this course, we try to just completely bring down to a level that everyone can understand, but that does not mean you're not using your modifiers to their maximum potential. That is why I'm so proud of this course, because it's that balance of keeping things simple, but not sacrificing what you can do with your equipment, with your lighting equipment, your lights, your modifiers, even the sun. And because we made this video basically as a video version of my book, Picture Perfect Lighting, and a little bit of my new book, Picture Perfect Flash, we decided to discuss how the environment and buildings and different walls and the ceilings and everything that you find, the architecture in your surroundings, and turn those things into environmental light modifiers or circumstantial light modifiers. After that, we decided to clean the light, understand how to use a diffuser, a reflector. And I'm not talking about just simply putting a diffuser over someone or just simply pointing a reflector towards somebody. I'm talking about how to convex it, create different shapes with that reflector, what angle to hold the reflector, all with a goal of elevating your photography, elevating your lighting, and refining your lighting to a level that you didn't think could be possible, especially in environments that are unpredictable. We want this course to be practical for you. We want this course to be useful. We want this course to be enjoyable. And we want you to feel empowered by everything we did and everything we worked so hard to produce for you. So I'm honestly excited to see, after you watch this course and you get out there and practice what this course is teaching you, I'm pretty pumped to see what you guys come up with your new elevated lighting knowledge from this course.
Hi there, I'm Nikki Klosser, and this is my course on natural light photography. I've been a full-time photographer for over 10 years, but before then, I was a burned out school social worker who needed a change. My job was just sucking the life out of me, and I knew it was time to do something else. Since then, since I quit my job as a social worker, I have photographed thousands of clients, and I more than quadrupled my income that I was making as a school social worker now that I'm a full-time photographer. Something I learned early in my career, and I just kind of know about myself as a person in general, is I like things to be easy and efficient. So when I first started learning, one, how to use a camera, I also had to learn how to light people. And to light people in a really great way that makes people look really, really good. When I first started, and even now, I was always drawn to natural light. I love the look of it, and I just really love it in general. And over the last 10 years, at least 90% of the shoots that I have done has been all in natural light. I do believe that one of the reasons I've been so successful is to have a really great portfolio. You don't have to have the best portfolio in the world, but you do have to make your clients look great. They need to look at their photos and feel beautiful and feel amazing, and so much of that is with lighting. If you don't know how to properly light your clients, it's not going to be as flattering, and they're not going to love their photos as much. So in order to book more clients, you have to have a strong portfolio, which also means your lighting needs to be dialed in. Again, I promise you this is not hard. If I can do this, anyone can do it. I'm going to show you how simple and how little you truly, truly need to make your photos look incredible. I promise you this does not need to be hard. You do not need all these complex setups and tons of gear in order to make just gorgeous portraits for your clients. I'm going to show you how simple and easy it is during this whole course. If you are ready to learn how easy natural light is, whether you're inside, outside, whether it's the harsh sunlight, whether it's inside in a studio with diffused light, with window light, I'm going to teach you exactly how to do it. So please join me with this natural light course.
Hi everyone, my name is Sue Bryce and I'm a poser. I've been a professional photographer for 31 years, and posing and direction is not only my passion, it's my superpower. The Pose series is all about you learning how to pose with flow. Multiple poses, one after another, that fill your voice with confidence so that your clients can be powerful in front of the camera and look incredible and be confident. Learn sitting poses on props, on chairs, on apple boxes, using different levels to stagger poses so that you can bring limbs up into the shot. Learn to create shapes, connect body language, use the shoulder and chin to get beautiful expressions and connection in your camera. Learn all about tilts and angles and compositions as you change and flow through your posing with multiple body types. And you're going to learn posing that flows together to give you multiple options while you're shooting. Learn standing poses using the wall and also freestyling. No props, just your client out there using their body. We cover the posing table, beauty poses, and direction and connection so that you can help your clients look like they've just stepped out of a magazine shoot. I want to teach you all of the foundation posing from the floor up with multiple body types. Learn to direct through flow, multiple poses, one after another that connect, working hands, working shoulders, shaping hips and bodies. Click the link below for more information, and I want you to be powerful photographers, directors and posers because it will change your business.
Hi, I'm Cara Marie. I've been conducting boudoir photo shoots professionally for 15 years, and in that time I've shot a wide range of boudoir styles with thousands of women from all over the world. While building a successful full-time career and business in this niche, I also created the original boudoir series course back in 2019 to teach you the fundamentals of boudoir photography. Now in that course I taught posing and lighting basics, styling, the business of boudoir, and how to sell it. And now it's time for the next level. In my new course, you'll join me in Como, Italy for part 2 of my boudoir series, where I'll take you along with me on 12 uniquely themed boudoir style photo shoots so that you can decide for yourself which will be a good fit for you and your business. In this easy to digest shoot along, you'll be right there with me as I style, troubleshoot, pose, and photograph my way through the most highly requested styles of boudoir photography that'll open your eyes to the many possibilities within this powerful genre. From classic bedroom boudoir to fine art, implied nude portraits, and yes, even men's boudoir, I've got you covered with inspiration and approachable education that is sure to help you discover your own fulfilling journey in the boudoir photography industry.
Sometimes things just click, and sometimes they don't. We all have those moments. When you're spinning your wheels, need to pump the brakes, need to get back in the saddle. When you need more height, when you need an extra set of hands, need it to float, roll, fly. Okay, man, maybe that's too high. But hey, you're gonna be fine. We get it, and we got you. It's the beauty of creating, that moment when it all clicks. And when you need the right pieces of equipment to make it work, or need someone to just show you how it works. There's Lenny, or Leslie, or David on video chat, here to make sure you have the right parts and partner for the task at hand. B&H, where creativity clicks. Ian, you nailed it.
Hi, I'm Mitzi Starkweather, and I am so excited to bring you my Raw Portraits course. I've been doing As I Am sessions, raw, black and white, no hair and makeup, no fancy clothes, just stripped down, beautiful connective sessions, and I've maintained a $3,300 sales average. I've done this in such a way that it's transformed my business, brought about amazing changes in my life, and I've had so many photographers asking me for the details along the way. So, if a connective, beautiful raw portrait session is something that you want the blueprint to start offering to your clients, let me teach you how to hold space for people. Let me show you a full live shoot and the instant live reveal. Let me talk to you about all the directives I use. It's not posing in the traditional sense. It's unposing. And let me walk you through my entire marketing process, my client preparation, and my pricing and products. This is something that any portrait photographer can start offering right away. And I am so excited to give you my blueprint and then see what you create.
Hello everyone, my name is Roberto Valenzuela and I am extremely excited to share this course with you because it's going to open up your world of possibilities in lighting. We decided to discuss how the environment and buildings and different walls and the ceilings and everything that you find, the architecture in your surroundings, and turn those things into environmental light modifiers, all with a goal of elevating your photography, elevating your lighting, and refining your lighting to a level that you didn't think could be possible.
Fantastic convention, great spot to meet photographers from all over the world.
There's so much excessive knowledge here, and you meet people, you connect with people, and you enhance your business.
Oh, I just learned so much.
I'm learning things that I could not learn on my own without spending years and years of trial and error.
That's what we do, is just invest in ourselves. That we owe that to our clients, we owe that to our community, is to improve ourselves and to bring our best game.
I plan on coming back pretty much every year of the rest of my life, and it's just photography heaven.